Yeah, my Chrome audio, my desktop audio is coming through my mic for some reason. I gotta get that figured out. Is it working? Is the music fucked up or what's happening with it? Is it at least somewhat reasonable? It's my goddamn fucking ear trumpet, which isn't working. Well, I'll just launch Vic and we can listen to Vic music. How about that? That's a little bit better. Switch my stream real quick though. Roleplay multiplayer. Music's fucked up. All right, cool. I remember watching something that said the Persians changed the name to Iran, but the West was out of ignorance and disrespect, sometimes continuing calling it Persian. No, from what I read, it's the opposite. Persia is actually a Western term that the West utilized, whereas Iran is like the OG, like in Persian name, I think. That's what I read. But I also could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. This is why we have to do this. It says I don't have this mod. Okay. Bear with me. They weren't the Sassanids. They were called the Iran Shah or something like that. That one I don't know. Perhaps. No, I don't want Shogun. Don't download Shogun. The West continued to call Iran Persia until after World War II, when the British said they'd officially used the name Iran for Persia. Gotcha. All right, I think we're good. Okay, roll on. It'll take a minute. Last time I had Vic 3 up, I was modding, so it'll probably take a while. Just past multiculturalism, so I'm hoping an influx of pop in this game. You RP'd that right, Cheese? Multiculturalism is one of the traits that you need an extensive amount of RP to be able to do. Like, we've said that was one of the ones that you need a very good reason for. Oh, no. Yeah, we're gonna get no help in this game. God damn. Yeah, we're gonna get no help. So I was wrong. We're not getting invaded by the British. We're getting invaded by the British and the Russians. They're doing a historical thing. What happened historically in the 19th century was that the British and the Russians divvied up Iran. They basically cut it in half, which is going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to have any. We should have territory left when this war is done. What the fuck? I assume the Russians will. What they put in their statements for this? Man, we are literally gonna get gangbanged. That's a little much. Two major powers fucking us. Jesus Christ. What are the Russians taking? That's what I'm worried about. I think the British want to puppet us. But what do the Russians want? I don't see any posts by Russia, and that's very worrying. Apparently, they're going to be in this war. Oh, here we go. They're going to take Khiva. And they've already taken Bukhara. No, that's from last time. So I think they're going to go for Khiva. I'm trying to find a post from him. Well, there's one other person we can reach out to right now. If he's going to be in this game. Let's see. They're taking Khiva. Okay, cool. So we're going to get puppeted. I assume all of Arabia is going to go to Egypt because they want to annex that. And then Khiva would go. So we'll lose all the territory we've gained this game. Man, it sucks. We might have been able to defend this if I actually been there last session. The AI hadn't fucked this too. That's the sad thing. God damn it. That was a nice holiday, but Jesus. All right. Where's the ID?
Souls would be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute when we're in here. Where's the ID at? There we go. Uh-oh, we don't have the right checksum, I don't think. Guess try to get the Russians on your side against the British by caving to Russia. That would make sense. We hate them more. Uh-oh, we don't have the right checksum. It's just state transfer, I thought. We have the right one? State transfer tool. Yep, we got the right one.
Buddy. And also, I already have a pizza, so.
Is anyone else getting a different version?
There's
Real
got
quick.
a point there.
I mean, would you want the cook?
Yo, what the checksum that you have people had issues joining it, or was it just me?
No.
Okay.
Well,
We 21 people, 22.
do you guys
Makes-
still need
Fuck.
a fill-in for any country?
Oh God, why don't I have a...
We lost someone big. We lost Italy. We could use that.
Oh, you can do that. then.
Italy,
Yeah.
Embo is not here.
Mhm.
He got COVID apparently.
He
What?
obviously got COVID.
Let me see.
That's
Do
good.
we have Russia? We have Austria-Hungary. Do we have America?
We don't.
I'm just waiting for people to join. Brazil. There's the Egypt player here. We can.
Who was the
Let's
US
see
player?
anyone
Did
just
we
cut out.
did you get a replacement the last week? Because I know the DOG one dipped.
Yes, it's Schlab 4, I think.
Schwab went US.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
remember there's this guy that came in that was really new. Or no, he wasn't that new, but he was semi-new, and he continued with what the other player was doing.
Yeah. But he left the server after.
What?
Yes.
Oh, bruh. Sorry.
Yeah, that's quite common now for whatever reason.
It's always been common.
people-
A lot of players will just like they'll join and try one game and they'll leave the server. Like that's always been a thing.
Yeah. I think he went in over his head with America, probably.
Oh, nice love. You're doing America, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's your answer?
So we have Canada. We have lots of South American nations, I think. And then,
I have two.
Egypt is Egypt here.
I need to reinstall the mod real quick. I still have a bad checksum. I don't know why. I verified again.
All right, I think I got the right one now. We should be good. One sec, we got to set up here. I haven't streamed like in between 2 games in a while. Lobbies are always hectic. It looks like the Germans just also aren't showing up, I guess. Because everyone, like the people that we could get help from, like the Germans are the only one left we could get help from in this situation, and they just didn't show up today. So yeah, we're gonna get partitioned. That is unfortunate. Just trying to think if there's anyone else. I think how we play this. We'll be in the British economy. We won't have Arabia. We have dyes. We should have an industry, but we don't because the AI didn't develop us, so we're fucked there. Because we basically just stagnated with the Shah just being incapacitated. The Ottomans refused our call for aid. I think we roll this. I think we become a British puppet. We roll with it. We try and build ourselves up in their economy. If the British are willing to support us taking land from the Ottomans and getting revenge and getting powerful, we could benefit from this in the long term. Not as much as we would be otherwise, but we could still make something work here. No, it's I gotta switch it. We just got launched, so I've been getting the game up. There we go. Oh, there we go. There is one other person we could talk to. I am going to send a message. Hail Mary. Hail Mary. Oh yeah, I love Victoria Calpside. It's great. It's even better with the mod that we have. We're just doing the more or less vanilla one today, but the mod that we have is amazing. Yeah, I don't know how. What did the AI do? We have a massive surplus. We have maxed out bank. God, I gotta try and fix what the AI is doing. I can't touch anything till we get going though, because we'll desync. Oh man, the Russians and the Ottomans are at war. The AI is not good, no. They released it. They should have done a lot of things before they released it, I agree. Starting with the mods, we're playing just with state transfer today on this ongoing one. But Steam, I got 20 hours, I'm struggling so hard to do anything for real. It's tough to learn, that's for sure. But it's a great one. Help the Ottomans, no, we're about to be puppeted by the British and the Russians are gonna declare war on us. We asked them for aid and to cooperate and they said no. We asked the French for aid, which they'd promised in the past, and they refused, they broke an agreement with us. We asked the Germans for a meeting to talk with them, and they have not replied to us. I guess Caucuses is not showing up today. I don't suppose the AI would let us do something. This is our nuclear option. This is the nuclear option. Not yet. There's one other thing I'm trying before we go for that.
GUIs, is it in here?
The GUIs.
Crush the game.
Oh, like, fuck's sake.
Fucking.
Is this-
No, who unpaused?
Yeah, who did
No
unpause?
one is
When we're
going.
going in,
I was
go
gonna.
press start.
Someone pressed start, yes. But
Yes,
no
someone
one was
did.
joining after that fact. But so we're
press start.
probably fine because no one joined the game afterwards. No one loaded a ticking game. Okay.
So I have to.
I don't see who unpassed, but like that is a capable
Yeah,
offense.
don't.
Seriously. That's like rule number 1. Almost. Okay. For this game, remember to OP. We'll start in a short while. Want to have fun. Write statements in the station channel. Stay in same character, i.e., representing your nation, not just talking casually about what you're doing in game, etc. Yeah, I think that's all for this introduction. We can all go to our temporary channels and we'll start the game shortly. You'll have some time to get familiar with your nations and like plan your economy, etc. But we'll, yeah. Also, if it's your first game, remember to like read the rules. Just read what's been rolled before it.
Okay, we're gonna send a diplomat. I sent a letter, but I didn't hear anything back, so we'll at least jump on over. I think he's AFK though. No, he's not. Okay. Hello there. This is an ambassador from Tehran.
I just received your letter. I was responding to it.
We
we were
did.
sending.
Go ahead.
Go
sorry.
ahead. We were sending a diplomatic corps 1 month ago, but we had to cancel because we have, let's say, internal problems right now. But it will be resolved soon, we believe. We are more willing to cooperate, of course, and we are very disappointed by the attitude of the Western powers, obviously. So obviously we'd be trade partnerships, possibly military ones, and also we believe we are our two country, the oldest countries in the world actually, and if we do international campaign so that we are both recognized as official powers, maybe it could bring us more influence and recognition from them.
My Grand Vizier, he attempted through his time cooperating with the West to do it the diplomatic way. It was his goal that through cooperation with Western powers such as Britain and France that we could attain that status over time by cooperating with them. But you can now see what has come of our efforts. We have gained nothing and lost much. The stagnation of my country is a large degree due to us facilitating our needs based on theirs. And that, again, has served our country poorly and in the end has resulted in nothing but where we find ourselves now. You are, as you say, one of the oldest countries in the world. I believe the oldest. And we are also an old one. Iran is on the cusp of rebirth, if only we can be independent and stay strong longer. We have already cooperated much. Iran exports much to you. Our economies are very closely tied together. And if Iran was to fall into possession of the British and be cut in half by the Russians, we would be a very poor trade partner indeed. I think it is it was a mistake, and the Grand Vizier wishes to say it was a mistake not to cooperate more with the East, rather than the West, which is why we find ourselves here now. But to make it very clear, just so you understand, our ambassadors in Europe are telling us that there is a joint war being prepared, wherein the Russians and the British will be invading us. The Raj will be staying out of it, but they are significant, just to make it clear what we are asking of you here.
Let me see. How modernized is your army?
It is quite modern, but it is not large. If you have the military supplies and we were to join your market as of right now, we would be able to expand it rapidly, immediately.
Okay. We have an embassy in your country, so if they try something on you, we will have a say in the matter and we will support you.
So you will protect us in the event of an invasion?
Yes. I just need to know what happened with the British Raj.
The Raj, were you here last game at a roleplay?
Yes.
They rebelled, and I believe that they failed a rebellion, so they're basically incredibly rebellious right now.
They could join too then.
Potentially. It seems that the government in the Raj, and the East India Company, is not very content with the circumstance with Britain. It would be potentially worth following up with them. Iran, seeing now that the East is the only path forward for our nation, would like to see others potentially cooperate. But of course, the Qing, we recognize you as the great power in the East, and it would be obviously done under your guidance.
Okay. So, first question. Does the Ottoman Empire can help you if Britain and Russia invade you?
We requested it and they said no, but they said if a major power was to get involved, they would reconsider. So if you are willing to involve yourself, we would be able to discuss it with them potentially again.
Okay. Because if the British Raj joins, it's gonna be tough, definitely. But we are willing to.
The Raj has stated we had a message behind closed doors from the governor who said under no circumstance will he send troops to fight. Okay,
so it will be yes. It's. I mean, they have apparently more modern artillery units, but with our infantry, we can match them somehow, maybe. So, yes, we will support you. Plus, if you fall, then we are the next. So, basically, it's in our interest to act.
That's exactly how we see it too. In that case, I do have permission from my Grand Vizier to formally also request a joining of the Qing trade zone, your customs union, if that is something that
Okay.
you would be interested in.
Yes. Just to warn you before we do that, I am importing currently dye because of the rebellion in the south, so it's only temporary, okay?
We
It's
would be
not
willing to
permanent.
send troops if you would like. Actually, no, it's ongoing. You can't do that in this game. Fuck. Yeah. But if we could, we would send troops.
Okay. So there is only one issue: is that the rebellion is now spreading, so we don't know if it's gonna be raise military levies, and if it does, we are gonna be quite busy. So if they took this opportunity to strike you while we are busy, we could send troops, but fewer.
I understand. Your internal problems will come first. We do get that.
So once I'm done with that, I can support you
Is there
more.
anything that we can do to assist in that?
No, it just I'm worried about the timing. If they simultaneously invade you and I am busy with the civil war.
I understand. Do you have an ongoing war, by the way? Because I'm out of roleplay. I'm trying to click join customs use and it says ongoing diplomatic action.
No, I'm not in a war right now.
Am I in a customs unit?
You wanna join right now?
Well, that was what we were proposing.
Yes, if you're ready.
I'm just trying to see why I can't do that, though. Ongoing diplomatic action.
I can propose you.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, because it would be inviting you to join ours. Yeah, that's...
You studied my market, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you would like to invite us, we would be willing to join.
Hey, oh, you're playing on. What are you playing on now? Hammurabae. What nation are you on?
This is the ambassador from Iran.
Ah, okay. Question for the Emperor of the Great Qing here. Are you planning on retaking the southern lands that used to border our treaty port with you? Because I would support you in that war. I'm doing a colonial war right now, but the Portuguese would help you retake that land if you need to.
I will be taking my leave. There was a conversation ongoing. I would like to finish this very briefly, and I'll be on my way. In that case, is there anything now that we are cooperating heavily with your economy you would like for us to work on here in Iran? In the past, we've worked on opium, but it's proved to be very damaging to our own country, including the Shah. Do not say I said that, of course, but is there anything that we could do to assist the Qing's economy and the eastern markets?
First of all, we can't produce coffee. Can you?
We are able to, yes.
Ah, that's great. Maybe groceries.
We can also do that.
And we also struggle with luxury clothing.
With what, sorry?
Luxury clothing and furnitures.
We can help with that.
And for the rest, we produce most of it, but we will see if you can specialize in certain goods. Still here, sir?
Yes, I do apologize. I'm just simply overviewing the doings of my economy to meet your demands and seeing what we can and cannot do here. It does look as though we will be able to massively increase. Oh, I'm getting a rebellion. Uh-oh, what's happening? Oh my god, they're demanding that we ban slavery.
No sense.
Oh, my government's completely fucked. That's why the AI was struggling. There we go, because I had no legitimacy. God, the AI fucked me so hard. 1 second. I apologize. There's a lot going on at home. Very well, we will do our best to build groceries and coffee for you and try and offset things with that. Is there anything else that we can do before I take my leave?
Well, I can't produce coffee at all, so I think it's the best deal for you that you specialize in this.
We also see there is a great need for dyes. We're able to produce those as well.
It's because they took from me. There is rebellions in the Guangxi region. Once we took it, it will be the price will be very much lower. So if you're producing a lot, you should be prepared for that.
In that case, I will take my leave. We will send a diplomat to follow up, but I need out of rope. I need to go write a post and stuff too. So I will leave you be, and I'd just like to formally give the thanks to both the Shah and the Grand Vizier for cooperating with us in our darkest of times.
We are very glad to help you.
Very well. I'll take my leave. I do gotta write a post because this is a really big deal. All right. The Qing had basically, like, suggested that we should have cooperated with them a while back, and they were right. Like, cooperating with the Europeans, I thought would be more beneficial, and in the end it wasn't. So I gotta write up a quick post here. The Eastern. After a series of rapid correspondence, widespread outrage and fear in the capital, Tehran scrambled to find a way out of its precarious situation. Although the danger is not over, preliminary talks with the Qing, a close trade partner of Iran, has resulted in a tentative deal. So make sure I'm producing things. Yeah, we're good. Okay. As the Ottomans, the French, and the Germans, nations Iran thought friends, all watched the British and Russians prepare to divide the ancient state. The Chinese alone proved willing to stand up for the Lion of the East. A deal was reached wherein Iran would be protected from outside incursion and invasion in exchange for exclusive economic cooperation with the East and a deal whereby their union's their economic union would be tied closely together. The Shah was uninvolved with most of the talks. And despite the Grand Vizier having planned the negotiations, many call for his resignation, as it was, by his choice, the West grew so close with Tehran There is also been a formal announcement that the British and the Russian British embassy in Iran is being reclaimed by the state and its diplomats expelled. The Iranian state is still one in decline, suffering from a Shah who cares more for the opium pipe than his people. Rebellion is being openly discussed across the country. For the monarchy to survive, rapid and major economic and political reform is a necessity. Whether they are capable is another matter entirely. All right. Respond to something. We are sad to hear that the French will prioritize their connections with Russia for a second time. Although we will retain our relations, make no mistake, we will seek other options. And do begrudgingly understand your situation. Okay. Back to the game. So anyway, okay, the state of things is generally, I missed a session, so the AI really stagnated. So what has happened basically is that Iran has stagnated entirely. The Shah literally is an opium addict. He is addicted to opium. He's an imperialist explorer, open train commander. He's not incompetent, but he's just an addict now at this point. He's old. He's incredibly unpopular. The people fucking hate him. He's cooperated extensively with the West to the point that our economy is an export one based on exporting to the West and has just stagnated constantly, primarily probably through corruption roleplay wise. It's to the point that we need rapid reform. Now, the Grand Vizier, the one we have, Gazi, he's a historical character who was not the Grand Vizier, but he is in this timeline. And he got power in this timeline by basically advocating cooperation with the West, to cooperate with the British and the French, which we did, and it resulted in this position. So he is probably going to be on his way out. We might get a full-blown revolt. I'm expecting that to probably happen at some point. If not, I'll probably just roleplay it, given where we're headed. Our economy will start to grow again once we get things on track here, which I'm working on at the moment. We need to extend our military. So what happened was there was the British had a civil war. They had most of their colonies revolt. They've been trying to get us to join their territory since the beginning of the game. And we refused to do that. We refused to become a puppet. We refused to join their economic pact. And as a result, they just decided they weren't going to wait anymore. They were going to take it. So they were going to puppet us. They were going to give all this land to Egypt, who's now a protectorate of, they're in the customs union with the British, and then the Russians were going to take Khiva because they want more opium producing territory. We managed to, by this hair of our fucking ass, cooperate with the Qing, which I should have been doing all game, but it didn't make sense for Gazi to do that. So we're shifting. Gazi will probably be out the door very quickly here. And we're going to have a very, very different Iran. So we're going to be focused on the East now, cooperating with the Qing, working inside of their economy and growing our influence and our power in that region. Look at our investment pool. Look at that fucking investment pool. That's insane. That's what the AI was doing, I guess, while we were gone, just building up the investment pool. Fuck. What's up, Killer Bunny? I'm back. You're a puppet of Britain yet? No. We are now in the Qing custom union with the Chinese. We're cooperated with them. Yeah, we're gonna send an ambassador to the Raj very soon. I want to just, like, look at my country and make sure our economy is working first. Making more groceries, that elevates our standard of living. Let's see, are our people leaving or are they staying? We're getting, I think, around even. We're not losing people to China, thankfully, so that's good. We're gonna remove our services tax. And with the excess authority, we're going to begin a agricultural. We already are doing them. Do a greener grass campaign in Khorasan and also in Yemen. If we can build up our coffee plants there, that would be huge. Have we stated everything? We have not. We'll incorporate Turkmenistan and Baluchistan. We have excess for exports too. Let's work on that. We're going to export paper to America. And then we're going to export liquor to Spain. Plantation proponents publicize policies. Defenders of continued slavery have published a wave of diatribes, treatises, and sensationalized fictional narratives, all to support their cause. The quantity, if not quality, of these works has shaken public confidence in absolutionism. We're going to challenge it. It succeeded. Now, slavery banning, I need to write a post for too, because this is a big one. I have to do a few posts here. Servitude. Question. We can do this quickly because we have to, because we're going to get a revolt here. Protests are a constant sight in Tehran in recent times. The Shah is not popular, nor are any of his ministers. Yet, the topic that demands the attention of the public eye has resulted in the most dangerous movements surround the issue of servitude. Despite some reform, many in Iran live and work on farms of which they are born and die. The system is not explicitly slavery, like still exists in many places. Yet, people are not free. There is a growing voice throughout the country for reform. A spear of change, whose issue this is the head. For if the government does not act, it is likely it will not stand. In a series of passionate debates and speeches in the government ministries of Tehran, Vizier Akasi is personally leading the charge to support a reform that gets rid of these systems. The wealthy landowners whose position in the country, government alike, are being outright threatened. Oppose it vehemently. And are utilizing the burgeoning publishing industry for their own devices. This topic goes deep. And if it is not decided, will likely be the catalyst for civil war. Sounds good. What's up, Killer Bunny? The plan right now is we need to rapidly reform or we're going to get a civil war, and we're trying to cooperate within the economy of the Qing, which we joined. Hassan Bassian, the leader of the rural folk, has made a remarkable play for power in the capital in order to secure a spot for the rural folk within the government. However, it's not entirely clear if they should be rewarded for their novel tactics. No, we're not going to let them do that. We're trying to retain power for Gazi in the leading government. The government is currently the landowners and the armed forces. Let's go ahead and up our education and the charity hospitals. The revolution is slowly being sated. The Crucial States are our puppet too now, I believe, right? No, we never got that save edited. I asked for that. That was supposed to be a save edit. That didn't get done. The Crucial States are supposed to be ours. They were not transferred to us. We did a deal a long time ago. We gave away Zanzibar. All this would be ours. We got fucked so hard on that. That didn't happen. We'll ask for a save edit. Try to import some tools. Ooh. There's a revolt. Send an ambassador. Oh, he actually rises up. Do they have any divisions? They do. Send an ambassador to the Qing. Greetings. This is an ambassador from the embassy in Beijing. I received a letter from my Grand Vizier, and he wishes to know the opinion of the Qing on the situation developing in the Raj.
Do you think we could take advantage of this?
I know not if they have the widespread support of the people, but if there is a chance that they may become independent, it would be in the interest of the East. To have the jewel of the Empire outside of their control would be a very, very powerful thing. The question is it dangerous enough? And what allies might the British bring to bear in such a situation?
I think it's in our both interest to, let's say, keep low profile. Don't be the first to attack her.
I understand,
So
but they have no great allies at this time. They only have their puppets, of which Iran is the greatest. Out of RP, I've sent Charles a message and he hasn't responded. I don't know if he intends to try and go independent or not.
This is a tricky one. But the thing is, they have a massive naval forces, so that they could easily prevent me to help you in your homeland.
Perhaps, but they are at the weakest they have been for quite some time here. This is our best chance to do great damage to Britain.
I have to think quicker.
I know, this is tough. I also, we need to know from Charles if he's doing this on purpose or not.
Role playing.
Really quickly, out of
governor.
hold on 1 second. Out of RP, is this on purpose, Charles, or not?
No, it's not.
Okay, cool. Just checking. No, he doesn't want to revolt. It's happened as an accident apparently. So.
Okay. Plus, it would be not very realistic if I join a war while I'm dealing with a rebellion.
That's true. So like
we will have another opportunities, I'm sure of it.
Of course. We just simply wish to ascertain the government in Beijing and see what their stance was on it at least. We have made progress in the developing of a grocery industry in Iran, and we will be exporting those to the Qing mainland as well very soon. And we are going to go ahead and produce a few more dyes. Is there any plans for the Beijing government to reincorporate the rebellious regions?
Out of RP, I need to lower my relations with them, and then I can declare war on them. In approximately 1 year, I will be able to declare war on them.
Very well. The Iranian military stands ready to fight alongside you as well.
I will let you inform, but don't forget that once I'm done with them, the price of dye will significantly lower.
I understand.
So
it's just for my local industries primarily. So we're only going to build a couple.
Okay, so be ready for that.
Very well.
And if this dye price thing damage your economy, we can bunker you if you want.
Sorry?
If the reintegration of Guangxi that produce a lot of dye damage your economy, we can provide you funds to.
It is completely understandable. No, our dye industry is not great, and we do wish to move to a more manufacturing-based one if possible. So it is no issue.
Okay.
There's always exports as well. The Europeans will always be needing them for textile industry.
Yes, of course.
Council of Europe, if either of you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Go up.
We don't get to speak at this, by the way.
I think we're all here. This is a Council of Europe concerning Britain's planned invasion of Persia. We'll, of course, allow Britain first to explain itself, after which the European powers will be allowed to speak, and also, of course, any aggrieved power which has been invited by any of the great powers in Europe. Britain, you have the floor?
Yes. We should speak first. Based on the announcement that the government saw, calling for this Council of Europe, we have to say we are very disappointed. We are very disappointed on the government of Spain, on the government of France, of inviting the state of Iran to talk on equal terms with the British Empire, the French Republic, with the great powers of Europe. I'm very disappointed. You guys talk so loudly about putting the monarchy back in place, about maintaining the rights of the monarchs of Europe, and you invite a Muslim power, a backwards nation on the mountains of Iran, to come and speak on equal terms with a delegate from the British Empire. First of all, again, I'm very disappointed. Second of all, what Britain does regarding the Middle East, and what Russia and Britain do regarding the Middle East, we have been on the region for many decades and for centuries. We have claims, and as we have said before, as Britain has mentioned before, the Persian Shah, or a Persian governor, was collaborating with the governor of the British Raj that revolted against the British Empire. And you can only see that based on the conquest of Arabia, of parts of Arabia, the conquest of Baluchistan, things that are against the interests of the British Empire.
All things
We
they
have
gave us permission
evidence
for.
that the Persian Shah was sending money and collaborating with the governor of the British Raj to go against the interests of the British monarchy. We have claims, we have a cause of belly, and we have made our ultimatum clear. We don't understand, first of all, why the Persian Shah or a Persian delegate should be invited to talk in unequal manner with someone from the British Empire. We don't understand why France, why Austria-Hungary have any say on what Britain and Russia decide to do on the Middle East. This whole Council of Europe is a farce. You guys are inviting a backwards Muslim power to talk on equal terms with us, and you guys are talking outside of your jurisdiction. It should not be grateful to any of you for putting the monarchy back in power when the French are making us pay them 200,000 pounds a week. Why should we be grateful when our coffers are suffering because of them? We have no grace towards France. We are not grateful toward any of you because you were self-interest. You offer a hand to help the monarchy when it was at its weakest. It's very clear, very, very, very clear that you were only guided by self-interest. You didn't have the well-being of the monarchy, the well-being of Queen Victoria, the well-being of the British Empire at your heart when you did those military interventions. This Council of Europe is a farce, and the British Empire is not going to listen to what France or Austria-Hungary have to say regarding this, because you guys are acting outside of your jurisdiction, and you guys have no claims on what the British Empire do in the Middle East. That's all I have to say.
Well, Francis speak?
Thank you very much. I find it very interesting that the British choose to, at this time, highlight the fact that the Persians are a unrecognized and Islamic power, and that they have no rights to be raised up in any way, shape, or form, when the British have in fact done the exact same thing regarding the Egyptians and the Hijazi. They claim that these are all in the interest of the British Empire and that these are different terms, and yet they are exactly in the same function as what we are trying to highlight is a current pattern of the British monarchy, where they are now trying to obfuscate all of their aggression through these hidden deals that they are making, and instead claim entire sections of the world freely with no repercussions. We believe that this has gone on for too long, and that it is time for the British to finally pay for their mistakes of doing away every single European power and choosing to instead act only in their self-interest after especially a situation in which the many nations of Europe acted united to be able to free the British monarchy from the proletariat. That is all I have to say at this time.
Okay. We will allow the Iranian or the Persian delegation, which is invited on behalf of Germany.
First of all, I would like to thank the great powers of Europe for allowing us to speak here. It is an honor, and we are appreciative to our friends still remaining in Europe for this chance to speak before the great powers of Europe. To start off with, we would like to simply make a few things very clear regarding some of the ill-spoken words from the British. I think we all know here very well that Britain acts always in their own self-interest. They have through all of history. They have taken the lion's share of the world for themselves, and yet now they have the ironic stance of suggesting that others should act not in self-interest towards them. A very ironic thing from our observations. Regarding specifics, we would just like to make several things very clear. For those who do not know, there had been discussions with the British state and Iran and Tehran for the invasion of Russia and taking back the Caucasus territories. We are frankly very surprised to see the Russians and the British cooperating to divvy up our land, when not so long ago it was the British who were fully supporting an invasion and subjugation of Russia, another great power. Something certainly in our interest, but We do find that very strange. We're no friends of the Russians, but just to make you very aware of that circumstance. Regarding the conquest of Arabia, the subjugation of the region and bringing it under Iranian control, this too was done at the behest of the British government in full agreement. There were numerous talks in London wherein this was agreed to and fully supported. Now, however, both Egypt and the Hejaz region is in their sphere of influence. We are not. It appears that they wish to make that right and get that which is theirs even more powerful. We know that Britain sees themselves as above the rest of the world. Certainly us. They are right. In many ways, we are backwater. Our economy is slow to develop. Our people uneducated. We are not like the great powers of Europe. But I think you all know very well that they see themselves even above the other European powers. And perhaps it is time to make it clear to them that that is not the case. Iran did not support the British independence movement. We have no reason to do so. We took the Baluchi regions at the agreement of the British government after helping to secure their interests. We took the Qatari region and the Trucial states, which also were agreed upon by the British. Everything they complain about, it was their either suggestion or agreeance to. They are using this as an opportunity to seize the ancient lands of Iran for their own control. And Iran would end with a very simple thought. If we are to fall to the British, who will do so after? We know well that the European powers have influence all over the world, but do you really want to give the British Empire another dominion? That is all we have to say. We thank you again for allowing us to speak.
Thank you. We'll give room for the French once more, or British, sorry. The floor is yours.
Yes. British. First of all, can one of the mates clean the stand before I come close to where the delegate from Iran was standing? I don't want to, interact with people from the tribes. I want to even get whatever they're getting. And I'm very sure you all are familiar with the state of mind of the Shah of Iran. Is a lot of people believe he's been taking opium, he's been taking a lot of drugs. He's certainly not doing well. I don't want to get infected with the same things, the same addictions. It's clearly that land, God has abandoned that land is many centuries ago. But anyways, let me speak. Yes, we're talking about godless people. So let's talk about the French. So the French. What to say about the French? They said a lot of things, but they still didn't mention why should we?
It really is.
Why should they have jurisdiction on what we do in the Middle East? And first of all, and again, while Egypt has joined the market, while Hejaz has become a protectorate of the British Empire, we haven't invited Hejaz to come speak on the Council of Europe. We haven't invited Egypt to come speak on the Council of Europe. We haven't invited any of the small governors in Africa to come speak on the Council of Europe. We haven't invited anyone from the British Raj, native to the British Raj, to come and speak on the Council of Europe. So it's not at all equal to what you guys are doing. You are only bringing a delegation from Iran because you know they're going to support your views. Because the French influence in Iran has been great since many decades ago. And the Iranians have talked about also having plans to work with them and against the Russians or against other European powers. They don't understand they are not on equal footing with any European power. They collaborated against the interests of the British Empire.
had control last session. I wasn't here for it.
The governor of the British
Try to
Raj,
repair it.
even though while knowing there was in no way for the benefit of the British monarchy, and Parliament in London would not approve these annexations. Still, they went ahead with what the governor of the British Raj wanted, what the governor of the British Raj allowed. And what did that governor want? He was a traitor that revolted against the British Empire, as you all know. So Iran has been allowed to act against the interests of our nation for too long. It's time that they come back down, they become a little bit more humble. Something, by the way, that the French can learn about, to be a little bit more humble, understand their place in the world, and to understand that just because they have that not everything in the world is decided with weapons. We want to also mention that the French have been very aggressive, very hostile to the British Empire. We try to talk with them regarding the Middle East. We try to talk with them regarding Africa. We have tried the diplomacy with every single nation in Europe. And you can ask any diplomat, any foreign secretary from France, from Austria-Hungary, from Germany, from Russia, from every single part of this world. We have tried the diplomacy first. We have tried to talk to them. We have tried to ask them to resolve any conflicts before they would arise. And the French decided to spat in our face. That's why we are here today. That's why
I'm not even responding to him. He's digging his own grave.
Because they're jealous that we did not submit to them. They're jealous that we not simply accepted their spit in our face, and we decided to stand up for ourselves. They expected that since they put the monarchy back in place, or they helped put the monarchy back in place, that we would just be a dog to them. And we are nothing but that. We're the mighty British Empire. We're the strongest nation in the world. We're the strongest market in the world. And there's no reason for us to treat right those that do not treat us right. There's no reason for us to treat the Persians right when they haven't treated us right. There's no reason for us to listen to French demands when they have been very arrogant and very hostile towards us. We asked for the simple thing. We asked them to stop requesting war reparations from us, because Germany didn't request war reparations, Spain didn't request war reparations, no other nation requested war reparations, but the French did. And why? They said they wanted to help put the monarchy back in place, but they only wanted money, they only wanted land. We asked the French to learn to be a little bit more humble. They wanted to annex Egypt, and they didn't want to ask anyone else for permission. They didn't want to ask anyone to see what anyone else thought. And so we came to an agreement with Egypt for protection of them, because there's no reason why they should get annexed without a casus belli. And now the French are jealous, the French are upset, and that's why this Council of Europe was called. And the Spanish seems to want to be a dog to the French, so that's why they are supporting French calls for this Council of Europe. We are very disappointed in the Spanish government. We are very disappointed in the French government. You guys should learn to be a little more humble. You guys should learn to be a little bit more gentlemen. That's all I have to say.
I believe the German delegate was a bit late. Perhaps he was sleeping a bit. You are open. You are free to speak, sir. And you are muted, sir.
I'm still muted. I'm double muted. Well, I believe this is called because of the Egyptian crisis. Am I right?
No, Persian crisis.
The Persian crisis. Well, I'm not informed. I need to read. I literally woke up.
He's an OPium addict. This is accurate OP.
You can get the French, and I inform myself on the matter, and then I speak. Okay.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Under this case, I wish to present a Spanish view on all of this. Well, first of all, gentlemen, delegates, it's clear that Britain sees the Arab nations and the Muslim nations as friends when it benefits quite freely. Be it with Egypt, with having protection and allowing them into customs union. But all of a sudden, in regards to Persia, this very principle is lost to them. We've all had long relations, diplomatic relations with the Ottoman Empire as a clear example of a Muslim nation with which it is necessary to have diplomatic ties, be it during the 30 Years' War, or be it at any era since in European politics. It's always been clear that diplomacy is needed. Gentlemen, I think it's quite striking that Britain does not wish to hold itself to the standards which it imposes on others, be it to actually show gratitude for freeing the Brits from a proletariat that was about to execute large parts of the elites, but all of a sudden, when it comes to paying a small war reparation to those who sent fleets to fight the once mighty British Navy, now constructed under the proletariat to fight for very different ambitions. The Brits and those in the classes now represented by the Brits owe their lives to the intervention by the Germans, the French, and the Spanish. In addition, all claims and all wishes for a peace deal was refused by the British. Of course, the coalition had left Britain on the gentlemanly terms, understanding that Britain would uphold any reasonable standards imposed upon itself, but this has all been refused. After this, they've of course expanded puppeting Hijaz and bringing Egypt into a similar situation, although they claim it to be one between equals, which of course also raises the question why Iran cannot be an equal if Egypt can be. We said clear that Persia will need the defense of Europe, and in addition that Britain will have to, if it attacks, it will have to face more harsh consequences for its actions.
They're actually going to protect us?
Indeed, we believe it to owe certain debts, which it has denied.
Britain's hated so bad in Europe right now. That's what's doing this. It's not us, it's them. They're just hated.
Our intervention. Therefore, if we believe that if Britain attacks, that we will all have an obligation to once more stand united and to protect Arabia from being completely under the boot of the British. Thank you all. I believe Austria will speak, after which we will try to have some sort of majority formed, after which this Council of Europe is finished. If not, any power wishes to, of course, invite a non-great power to speak. Austria, you have the floor.
Hello, I am glad to take the stage here today. I must say that first off, that I'm confused why this is necessary. It is under the Austrian belief that Persia is under protection of Asians. Why does European matters need to worry so much about Asia? And I'll tell you that why. Because what we are all here witness today is a proxy debate. We are all talking about one thing when we are all seriously talking about another thing. I can tell you from firsthand that the British have not been polite about all of this. They are clearly antagonizing for a fight between them and France. Now, we can all sympathize with a nation that is rebuilding and yet has to pay war indemnities, but those war indemnities were paid to the nation that was selected to receive them. That was the Treaty of a Deal. I do not understand why the United Kingdom seems so insistent on not adhering to the deal that it was signed. While all nations may not have suffered equally in order to free England from the yoke of the proletariat, it was freed and the deal was signed for that rebuilding. And yet now, nay, years later, the United Kingdom has decided to overreach itself. It has now made itself an empire, not only from its former colonies, but that of the entire Middle East, and now stretches from the Suez all the way over to India. Now, of course, Austria has its own claims and is quite indifferent to all of this. But above all, we do not believe and strongly reject and are quite offended by the idea that there are some national jurisdictions. For all the world shall be subject to Austria, as my family has said for generations. For all the world shall be the jurisdiction of anyone that can get there. Britannica may rule the waves, but it does not rule the world. And if it decides that it wants to rule the world, then it shall find that the world will fight against it. I have no further comments on this matter, but if I may end with this, I do wish for there to be peace in this world, and I do wish that the Turks will be destroyed. That is all, sir.
Thank you. I believe that is all. We've allowed France to speak twice, whereby we will not let him speak more, fortunately. Of course, Russia.
Oh, it's the Russians, I think.
Russia, you've been. Thank you.
Yes, sorry. I would honestly fail to see how the situation unfolding in Iran affects this calls for the Council of Europe to assemble. There was not a Council of Europe assembling for the partition of West Africa, which the French controlled the entirety of.
Perhaps a council to discuss the partition of Africa would be in order. I give you that. There's been certain conflicts arising over Africa, not at least Madagascar, but I give you that point. Continue. You may continue, sir. Sorry for intruding.
Oh no, sorry. While the situation unfolding was not unexpected, we were very saddened to see this council being used for the benefits of a few powers. I believe that will be all.
Very well. I believe Germany, do you have any opinion on the matter now that you have heard? Perhaps you were working up a bit, Mr. German Ambassador. Sorry.
Well, our opinion on this matter is as the following: we see the expansion of certain great powers with great concern, and we see that certain powers try to expand their influence, the sphere of influence, to a degree that Germany feels more and more uncomfortable with. As my Kaiser has outlined in several speeches to his audience and to his countrymen, Germany will not longer stand on the sidelines while other powers get more and more of the pie, so to say. We are opposed to any actions that would how do I say this in English, man? Sorry. That will affect our national interests, and we see this as something that is I'm so sorry, man. I don't know what's happening, to be honest. Like I read it all, but I don't know what's exactly is happening. Give me a moment. I'm too tired. Like I just literally woke up 2 minutes ago.
Fuck.
Well, I believe perhaps if we have any propositions from any party, then the majors can vote. Does anyone have any propositions? I believe France has any proposition.
Yes, since out of game real quick, I'm not currently in the game because of a crash. And in the interest of time, as I know that we have had a lot of time taken up due to the Council of Europe, I offer the Chinese the opportunity to speak if they wish. Otherwise, I will continue to speak. So, if you don't mind just bringing it up on the stage to allow them the chance to, then that would be appreciated.
Very well. They're invited by France, they shall be allowed to speak.
I miss our mods so much. Goddamn vanillas, dude.
Greetings, gentlemen. First of all, I would like to remind you that China and Persia are the oldest countries in the world. So we would like the British Empire to show some respect to us. Also, we don't have any demands to accept from a state that has failed economy and can't even hold its subject into order. And we are really tired of your imperialist policies. And I here announce that the King government will support Persia if any great power tries to subjugate it. We also believe that the independence of Persia should be used as a top-up state between Russia and Britain in order to stabilize the region. If not, Persia will be in a never-ending fight for influence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we speak?
Of course.
I'd like to clarify.
We'll have to have a proposal soon, and then we'll return to the game. This is going a bit too long.
I'd just like to clarify that this war is not for the subjugation of Persia. It's for the requisition of several territories. Persia will remain as an independent state from what I gathered, what was proposed to me.
I heard about subjugation later.
Subjugation wasn't
I heard we were
proposed to
getting
us.
subjugated.
Like, I propose that it remain a top-up state.
Yes, that's exactly what we want as well.
Yes, but you want to take some regions to him.
Yes, we want to. The Persians have never been friendly to us. We've tried to
no kidding.
Offer detente with our relations, but they've continued to refuse. So we believe that should Persia and possibly other nations attack Russia, the entire southern Caucasus are extremely vulnerable. We just wish to push the border to Turkmenia.
All we want is half your northern territory.
That will be all.
Okay. I believe that France will have to make a proposal for an action to be had. Otherwise, as I said before, Spain wishes all great powers to intervene defensively with the United Kingdom in event of a war. Thank you.
The French would like to propose that in an effort of making sure that the British can no longer continue these very aggressive actions and arbitrary moves that they are making against all other European powers, that we instead preemptively prevent them from doing so. I consent to the claims that the Russian Empire is having with regards to Persia. I think that that is a perfectly reasonable proposal. The main concern is that through working with the British, it has become an issue as the British are continuing to aggress upon and take control of many different regions of the world without the consultation or diplomatic relations of any other European nation. They, in fact, screwed over their own allies, the Germans, who historically, as the British did note, did not even ask for anything from them when aiding in the proletariat uprising. But despite this, they chose to instead screw over the Germans' claim on the Sinai, and we believe that this are amongst many other long list of claims that we have already aired of various issues that the British have caused with other European nations. As such, we are calling for an aggressive action on the Egyptian region, both on behalf of the Pope, but also on behalf of the rest of Europe, in order to prevent the British from continuing this unabated aggression upon all other European powers.
if I may speak.
Of course.
What the French ambassador said is right. We have been in contact with the British as well as the French about this matter, and I believe that the UK, how should I say, tries to conduct gunboat diplomacy. They're trying to subjugate Egypt. They're trying to subjugate the Middle East, and they're now they present themselves as a really aggressive imperialistic power that is not regarding any boundaries that should be discussed with any great power beforehand. I believe that we should join together and make an unliteral how should I say, unliteral action against France, against the UK to seek any to stop their imperialistic ambitions. And I believe that the French minister here has ground on this, and I believe that we should, as the Council of Europe, should do this as a whole. So the German Empire is agreeing with the French proposition here. Thank you.
Well, I believe that is all for this meeting. It's gone rather long. And lastly, I believe Britain will be allowed to speak one last time.
Sorry. I know all of you are very tired. I'm also very tired as well, so I apologize. Yeah, I know it's very stressful and very exhausting to hear the lies of the French and Germans, the Spanish. Very tiring. I had to start thinking in my head, playing games in my head, because it's just too long. So
He's such a good OPium, man.
They even brought a Chinese guy from who knows where to pretend to be a delegate from the Great King. Like, come on,
damn it, man.
So guys, we are where we are in Madrid speaking, and you really make me believe you brought a delegate from China to come and speak here. Okay, all right, and he speaks English, all right. So he's familiar with all the geopolitical situation going on around the world. The guys fight with spears and are going through a civil war, but I'm supposed to believe this as the delegate from this republic. You guys really underestimate the level of public education. We just want to say two things, just to finish it off. The French say that we betrayed our allies. However, the Germans broke out alliance, and there's nothing more to it. They broke our alliance, so I'm not sure why you are acting like it's wrong to them. And they are no longer an ally, formal ally of the British Empire. Second of all, to German ideas of conducting gunboat diplomacy, try to talk with Germany, and we send you many letters, and we can display these letters to every single person in here, even to the Chinese guy that you guys found down the road. We can show all the proof. We send many letters to the German Empire, trying to negotiate, trying to understand, and trying to talk with them regarding the situation in the Middle East and regarding the war as a whole, and they never replied to our letters. They only replied to tell us that they already had come to a deal with the French. So the idea of that the British never tried to do diplomacy is a lie and it's untrue. And second of all, I just want to be very clear, because the Spanish delegate, of course, is not partial. It's very partial in this discussion. So he's saying that the Council of Europe is done now and we have decided. Just want to understand. Well, basically what I've heard today, France, Germany, and Spain have made a very aggressive stance toward us, and the three nations have talked of a preemptive strike against Great Britain. If I heard that correctly, I wanted to make it very known to every single delegation in here that the French and the Germans have talked of a preemptive strike. It started this conversation with the pretense that they wanted to protect Persian independence in the Middle East. But in reality, they just wanted to justify a strike against the British Empire. Make it very known, and I would be happy to let them say yes or no, because they have threatened and they have talked about preemptive strike, so they have to commit themselves now. They are really talking about a preemptive strike. I just want to let everyone know that they have said so. So later down the road, we cannot be accused of being an aggressive nation when both Germany and France have used this conversation as a justification for a preemptive strike without a proper casus belli. And the German or French secretary say if that's what you meant. Everyone in the room.
And first off, for the Germans to speak, as they were trying to say something earlier.
Yeah, I just want to respond real quick to the English diplomat here. The UK has, it's true, the UK has sent many letters to my office. However, the British treated us more like as a junior partner, and not as an equal great power that should be communicated in a very serious matter. They simply said, well, they never made us like any offers. I was very clear to them that we are ready to negotiate with them, and we are ready to talk with them. However, I told them also that Germany has ambitions and that we are simply tired of every great power getting their pie, the slice of the pie, while the Germans watching on the sidelines. As my Kaiser has outlined in a speech to the parliament, Germany also deserves a place at the sun, and we also deserve to be treated as an equal. And we still don't see that happening here, especially by the British. And I think, and I see those allegations as a great insult to our nation and a further infringement of our sovereignty as a great power. And I once again urge the British to finally treat us as an equal partner, not as some kind of junior partner. Thank you.
Yeah, this is long. This is really interesting. This is great RP, but this is so long.
The British have similarly treated us in an infantile manner regarding any type of diplomacy. They sent an offer to us, as we stated before in an official statement, that they were willing to have an alliance, except that alliance was with the intent of screwing over every single French ally that we currently have, as well as other individuals and nations. And we had no interest in it. So, because we showed no interest in it, the British then chose to enact a very aggressive maneuver to take control of the entire Arabian Peninsula, which we are seeing in continuance right here and now. That is why there is a need for a action, as it is already a response to a previous action that the British have done regarding Egypt and Hijaz Island.
Okay, I think we are finished. There appears to be no clear majority for any side. Well, thank you all for coming. The Council of Europe is adjourned. I believe that's so. Thank you.
How the fuck did we come out of that not completely fucked? Like, I understand it was not us. The British did that to themselves. He's such a good RPer too. That, like, the British player, man, he's Wildcard is such a good RPer. But wow, we got lucky. That, I mean, we literally, like someone just said it, we literally were just like the catalyst for everyone to fucking hate on Britain. It was long. That was long, but it was great RP. Like, we were just the excuse to shit on Britain, and I'm happy for that to be the case. My gosh, I'm more than happy for that to be the case. But my god, we were so close to very bad things there. Wow. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I gotta piss really bad. And then when I'm back, we're in really good economic shape. I don't know if you guys have been watching, but our economy is growing very quickly. And I have almost got the coffee plantations in Yemen to be profitable. We just have to make like that an actually sustainable area. Anyway, I'll be right back.
You'll be right back? Okay, 1 second. Then same.
Hello, is the Kaiser here? Or a representative of the German Empire at the very least? I suppose not.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm here. Oh, fuck.
Hello.
I'm here. Hello. Yeah, I'm here. I was going to the toilet.
I'm
Sorry.
here to see if my telegram has reached you.
The telegram has reached me. I begin to read it now. We could switch channels as we are currently in Tehran.
That'd be preferable. Please join me in Cairo, which is weirdly at the top of the list anyway.
That's cool. They do, yes, they do have a claim on Kiva from the looks of it. However, I was chatting with a couple people while that was going on. Germany is going to be supporting us keeping all that territory, and they will. We made a deal with the Germans. We're gonna exclusively, once we get more opium production, export opium to Germany. In exchange, they're going to support our territorial integrity. I worked out that deal on DMs while this was going on. But yeah, we're doing a rehost or relaunch. 1 moment. You know, quitting. Mzaggy, they really saved us in this. I mean, it's really beneficial to us. Our economies are going to really start to succeed in the Qing's economy, though. To be fair, like it's very beneficial for us. Also, was anyone in here asking for diplomacy while I was gone? Or are we good? Gotta talk to Germany. So Germany wasn't here then. Okay. For ID to go up. Yeah. So our current circumstance is now we're really fiercely aligned with the East. At this point, the only power who's really been continuing willing to cooperate with us is the Germans. So I think we're going to exclusively work with them in Europe from here on out. The French did semi-support our case, but if you guys did listen there, you would have heard that they basically semi-supported the Arabian territories being annexed by Britain, and they semi-supported the Russian claims on us. So the French aren't really a valuable partner at this point. I think we work with the Germans, and then we align more with the East and just work very closely from China from here on else. No, now that they've been able to dumpster GB, you're not useful anymore. Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. That's exactly what it is. I mean, they're playing out real politics, so. Yep. Waiting for that ID. And China is going to be reunifying right now. They're annexing the rest of those states. We're going to offer to join them too. I think we'd have to do a declared interest there, though. And I don't know if we can do that.
Hey, Hammurabae, I had a question. I had a character.
Sure, what's up?
So, are they waiting? Are we still waiting on the game to be hosted?
Yeah, it's a rehost. The ID will go up any second now.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Trying to think about where I want to go from here. Where realistically would we go? Because I mean, we have a very strong Grand Vizier. He is very pro-European, but he was like our Grand Vizier Gazi. He's an interesting guy. He's a historical person. He was very pro-French and very pro-British. But given both those countries have betrayed like everything he tried to build, like his whole thing was it was more beneficial for Iran to work with the West, to work with those states. And he'd been a diplomat there for long periods of time. So he would have really have believed that the future was a valuable one to cooperate. And he's just had that completely destroyed. I mean, he holds no illusions that we aren't just a bargaining chip, but at the same time, he probably would have expected us to have a little bit of a foundation diplomatically there, which we clearly don't. So where does a man like that go after that? After having what he's tried to build for almost 2 decades just completely blow up in his face? It's a very good question. Let me pop him up again. 1 second. I'll look at his Wikipedia page. No, it's not Acacia. Acacia is the one that we didn't have in power. Who was the other one? I'm trying to remember his name. I actually had the wrong guy. Acacia is the one who we executed at the start of the game. It's another one. What's up, Nathan? Exiled to Chile. Yeah, that's about right. Who was it? It's one of the Mirzas. Mohammad Mirza? Maybe that's the right one. No. Taking a while. They would have followed Jeffrey's civilization. Pointed Macomb. Ah, here he is. Mirza Abdul Hassan Khaniyushi. That's the one who we are playing. Let me change my name in the Discord. That's the right one. What's happening? Coup? Civil war? Uprising? No, not a moment. No. 1 second, I'm reading this. Chosen to be an ambassador to London, spent extensive periods of time there as well. He was a Freemason. Kept a diary called Hayret's Minth. It does tell us a lot. I found something that gave a little bit more information on him. Well, what do y'all think? Like basically, we are currently role-playing the Grand Vizier, who's this... I can link it to you guys, actually. We can do it this way, too. His whole policy, which I roleplayed from the start of the game, is that he was not supposed to take power. In real life, he never had this position. He did in this because it's an alternative timeline, right? And I roleplay to him as basically being a proponent for working with the West. The concept being is the way to become a recognized power, a recognized state, to bring Iran into the modern world would be to cooperate with Western countries, which I found another thing that covered him a little bit more in detail and suggested that he was a huge advocate for cooperation with the West, which is what I roleplayed. That's why, although we certainly played the French and the British off each other, we were trying to cooperate with them, and at the end of the day, his plan was to eventually go towards one of their spheres. His whole premise was that if we cooperate with the West, we'll find prosperity and power through it. That has completely failed. It's completely failed. So where would someone like that go from here? Would he even continue as a minister? I mean, I'm just trying to think about like where someone like that would move forward from here. He's a very capable diplomat, a very capable leader, which is why we were able to secure, you know, the agreement with the Qing, but time to turn to the Qing. Yeah, well, certainly, we've already done that. I'm thinking more like domestic policy and future diplomatic outlook, especially on Europe. I mean, how do we kind of see that? Do we continue to try and reconcile with the French and the British? Do we try to mend the fence? Do we look to other European powers to potentially cooperate more with, like the Germans, who have proven very willing to cooperate with us? The French still are open, but they're so realpolitik it's dangerous. Yet again, they cooperated with the Russians over us. It's the second time we've gotten screwed by them on that. Oh man, we're stuck on loading. The thing is, what he values in the West, though, is their economic and their technological power. Like, the reason he wanted to work with them is because he was a diplomat in Europe and he saw firsthand, like, what made them strong. So he maintained that. That would never change, because it's not like he built his perceptions based on, like, a perception that he could work with the West and that they'd be loyal. He never would have held that position. It would have been more that he doesn't, like, Iran doesn't have a choice, because that's where the technology and that's where the economic power is. So yeah, he'd probably just Emanon, Jesus Christ, what's up, man? So he'd probably move to just wanting to cooperate with other European powers who are friendly. And who's the one power who has been consistent through this whole time period of working with us? There's only one. That's Germany. I think we needed to send an ambassador to Germany. He recognizes his mistakes or goes east, or he retires from office. You know what? Let's do a poll for it. I'm conflicted on this. I normally have like an obvious, like, I'm gonna do this kind of thing, but I don't here. So I'll throw up a poll for you guys. I can roll with either one of them. So we'll do that. I can figure out how to make a poll here. Reconcile with France. Look to Germany. Disregard Europe and
boy, there's no real easy.
Thank you for the sub, Snipey Snoop. Love your streams. Sure. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the
I'm gonna have to report you back.
Thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. Disregard Europe or retire. Guess I'll put a little pull up 2 minute long. You guys get to decide on this. Just remember, he innately likes Europe because he sees their technology and their economic power as being the only way Iran can grow, and their strength, we could take small parts of it and grow ourselves. So that's like what has formulated his worldview. But he's also seen the recent betrayal, and he's not a dumb man, so, you know. So I'm gonna raise my chair a bit. There we go. My chair was getting too low to the ground. All of them make sense to a degree.
Boy, there's no real easy way to say this, but look, you're a simp. I'm gonna
No,
report
he
you
wouldn't be
back to prison.
popular. He'd be pretty fucking hated. But he was since the beginning. They all disliked him for wanting to work with Europe, so it just would have been a reinforcement of that. That being said, the government does have a monopoly on power right now, so it's not really at a point of a popular revolution. So if he stays in power and things don't get better, he'll get probably murdered. If they do get better, he can retain his position. Because, I mean, he's a politician at the end of the day. They do. They have a very strong navy. 140. Germany is the land power, but Spain has become a very significant naval power. They can't contend with any of the other powers, though, to be fair. Damn, Ottomans got strong. We're really not far behind. Oh my god, we're really not far behind the Ottoman Empire, though. That's wild. What about Egypt? Not far behind either. We really need to develop up Yemen too, because Yemen is where we can grow a bunch of coffee to help a little bit, because the Chinese really need more of that. It's growing pretty steadily. Most of our territories are growing right now. Yep. Except for Baluchistan. There's a lot of people there and there's no jobs. We're getting subsidies from the French, and we're getting subsidies from the Qing. The ones from Germany got canceled because it was the AI at the start of the game, so if we go talk with the Germans, we'll probably get those back. The French want to continue to work with us, but for them, it's just really realpolitik. We'll never have an actually fruitful relationship with the French, period. It's just not going to happen. What a holiday resort in Yemen. Look to Germany. Okay. See if he's busy. Actually, don't see him in any of the VCs. Oh, there he is. He's talking with the Russians right now. We've requested the Chancellor. That's worrying though. Yeah, he trades with the Russians. Egypt and the Ottomans are working together now.
Hello?
Hello there.
How are you doing, Iran? How is the Iranian government doing?
Somehow we made it out of the Congress of Vienna, not partitioned, so I'll take it.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
This
is the New South Wales.
Who are you playing?
New South Wales.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah.
Out of RP, my plan is to get the rest of Australia and just probably try to dip out of the British Empire, because that boat's sinking.
The British will not be a fan of that, but you're welcome to try. I mean, Australia can get very strong if you play your cards well.
Do I know what the hell I'm doing in Vicky 3? God no.
Fair. Ask one of the other small players to help you learn the game a little bit. I'm sure they'll help you. Go talk to Charles if he's around. He can probably help you a bit.
At least I'm making. I know how to make money. I don't know how to deal with the radicals and all that shit.
That's just not passing horrible laws and having a government with high legitimacy. Like, go to your politics, go to your government, and click reform government, and you will be able to.
I have the strongest one I can.
Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh. I may have just... Nope, we're good. Okay.
So yeah, I'm just gonna try to get the rest of Australia in hop ship because the British ship is sinking. It has made so many enemies.
Oh yeah, they tried to keep us on board, but they failed somehow.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm jumping ship and be like, hey, Germany.
I still have that port in Egypt. I completely forgot that we had that. That's because the Egyptian player exploited us in the beginning part of the game. We were going to take some of his territory in Arabia, and he backed down, and I fucked up and clicked the wrong button, so we got a copy. It's funny.
Well, anyways, the Australians will be hopping out.
Alright, see you around.
Bye-bye.
It's because wood's so expensive in the Qing. Oh, he started a play, didn't he? Can we join that? No. Can we move our declared interest? Yeah, we're gonna take it out of the Caucuses and put it in the U. And then we should be able to join the play as soon as it goes through. We may not have time for that though. The Australian player was in the VC for a minute.
Good day. This is Ambassador of the German Empire. I believe we are calling for this meeting.
We did, Ambassador. Thank you for coming. First off, I'd like to formally thank you on behalf of the Grand Vizier and the Iranian Empire. We'd like to thank you for your support of our nation during the Congress of Vienna and remaining, as far as we now see it, as the only consistent friend of the Iranian people in Europe.
That is true. We see the Iranian people as a friend, should I say? And we are grateful for your opium imports.
Of course.
My Kaiser has been enjoying them.
We are very aware of your Kaiser's particular enjoyment of. I do see though his son is now in power, Friedrich Wilhelm though, yeah, and not his father,
yeah.
I presume.
Oh yeah, it seems that he unfortunately died out of OPium. I wasn't aware of it. He was still alive.
He's one of the most popular men though. We would like to formally state though that we know that Europe does things in a very realpolitik nature. To them, politics come before friendships, loyalty, or anything else. We hope that the Germans are different. We know that we are not a European and are not a recognized power, but I will say, our economy is growing, we are working with the Qing, and as we grow to prominence, we do few things very differently than Europe. If they wish to be realpolitik with us, we will do so back. But we do seek friends and allies for the long term, not the short one. And we just want to make it very clear to Germany that if they continue to be a good friend, we will not forget it. And as we grow more powerful and our economy grows greater, we will simply benefit one another. And we know very well that the Germans do wish for a slice of the global pie, as the great powers of Europe do not respect you for the great power that you are and that we know you to be. And that Iran sees that you should have this by right and would support it in the future if we would be able to do so.
That is really, we are really glad to hear this. The British have been treating us as a Mergino partner, which my Kaiser was really mad about.
It is a case of, I think, Europe does not understand the power of Germany. We know well. I mean, I live here in Berlin full time, and I know well the power of your country, both economically and militarily. I think Europe just is simply not aware of what it is dealing with at this point, but we do, and we acknowledge it.
That is great to hear. The Egyptians, I've talked with them, and they seem to also not be aware. They were insulting my nation. They said we are not ready to take on European powers militarily.
If you were fighting many of them, perhaps, but alone, I think there are very few who could contend. Germany. Oh, we actually banned slavery. Wonderful. Good news from back home.
Nice.
It only took us 4 years, I think, to pass that. Probably more.
I congratulate you on that. This is a step forward for the Iranian people and a great step in modernizing your nation.
We agree. It was a complicated situation. We almost had outright revolt if we did not attempt to pass it, and we hope that it will do much to to stop the domestic issues at home. But again, we are not here to discuss the issues of my country. We're here to discuss the relationship with Iran and Germany. So we wish to make that very clear to you. At present, we are attempting to repair the economic damage that has been done recently. And when we are done repairing it, we will be exporting opium exclusively to Germany as we promised you. And we hope for further economic relations. As Iran does grow in economic power, we will have many more goods that, although we cooperate with the Qing and work heavily with them, at the end of the day, there will be many goods that can be exported. And we wish to say that if we continue to work together, we will ensure that that will be exclusively German.
This is a compelling offer, my friend, and we are in agreement. Like I said, your trade has been consistent, your opinions have been consistent, which is something that is not really how do I say it when something is not really in English, like how when something is not consistent, right? Yeah, common, which is not common along the European powers.
As I said, I mean, they see us as backward and savages. I mean, let them do so if they wish. But in terms of your own opportunity, where they see savage and simple diplomacy, I think if Germany is wise, they would see an opportunity for a good friend. One which will not betray you over a tiny piece of territory in Europe for which we care nothing for.
That is something that we hold high, and this is why we support your claim, your current borders as well. Though I have to say, or reiterate again, that if you were to expand, I know you have claims in Azerbaijan and in some Russian territories. Is this still correct?
I think recent time has shown us very well that attempting to provoke the Russians will be nothing but dangerous. Although we will never not claim those territories as Iranian, for they have been, and we would hope one day would be again. We are not stupid, and we will not push those claims for nothing.
That is, I'm glad to hear that, because I was about to say that we can't support you militarily against a war against Russia, since such a war would be devastating to the German people. We are not afraid to be fighting anyone, but Russia is a really huge country, and such a war would be devastating.
We understand, and as I said, our main focus at this point is to simply centralize our current borders and to build up economically with what we have. We feel our current borders are such that given time, proper investment, and a careful administration can be incredibly prosperous and powerful, even on the global level.
I believe you are right, and I would be willing to help the Persians develop the country further. And how about we make a deal that how does bankrolling you for 5 years sound to you?
That would be most generous of Germany to offer such a thing, and we can only be thankful for such an offer. We also would say that if Germany is looking for a good friend in foreign markets, I know the Qing have been laid low by internal conflict. They are much more focused on the east, but I think if Germany was to approach them as they do with the Iranians, in a good measure, you would find a very welcome friend and a useful ally in Asia as well.
I see the great Qing of dealing with the Hu uprising. So that is something concerning.
It is concerning.
But I will make my way to the great Qing and talk about them on an equal level, not as a arrogant European power, so to say.
The Qing are such that as long as you show them respect, you will find yourself a ready friend and a very valuable trading partner. As soon as the Civil War is dealt with, as you know, we have entered into the Qing's economic sphere, and we do exist within them. The economic power of Persia and that of the Qing, once it is rebuilt and unified, will be great. It is an opportunity for Germany if you make use of it.
It would be most appreciated. And
very well.
I think that I will explore this a little bit more.
In that case, Chancellor, we would like to again thank you from the bottom of our hearts for this meeting and for your support and consistent friendship. We hope for it to endure for much longer.
Of course. One more thing,
of course,
Ambassador. If Germany would be in any conflict with Egyptians and Great Britain, and Germany would be claiming a piece of Sinai, how would your nation view that? could we count on your support on this?
You bring up a very complicated topic. This would require a little bit more discussion. We were frankly shocked by Egypt's willingness to simply bend the knee to Britain. They were a warmonger until recently and have established a dominion over much of the Middle East. In addition to that, on our time of need, when the British and Russians prepared to split my country in half, we called upon our friends in Istanbul, who had made it clear if this was to happen, they would fight alongside us, and received nothing but non-answers and an unwillingness to negotiate. At this point, we see that the Sunnis are forever looking after their own interests rather than that of our faith. And as such, we do not view them as friends anymore. In the event of a war such as this, we would be interested, but we would also be partial to potentially the returning of Ottoman territory to Iran. Is this something Germany would consider?
Of course. We will be, if you would be helping us, then there certainly could be arrangement made that you get such territories back, or well, they go into your jurisdiction.
In that case, Chancellor, I would say this: give it time. Iran and your nation, we are both growing. Germany at a precipitous rate, enough slowly, but it will only grow with time. When we are both strong enough, and Iran is able to field a great military to contend out of the Ottomans, and you to encounter any threat of Europe, we will be able to do great things together, and we would be very interested in what you're suggesting.
I'm very glad to hear that, and if the time is ripe for such an action, then do not hesitate to tell me that.
Of course, but I will reiterate again. We do wish to look after our own borders at present and to build up our own strength. And if you would do me the service of heeding some small counsel from an Iranian diplomat, look into your own nation, for there is much strength in Germany, as you well know.
Of course. I thank you then for this meeting. It was a very productive one, and I thank you for being a consistent friend of the German Empire throughout the years.
And I thank you for all you have done for our nation.
No problem. I shall take my leave then. Have a nice day.
Farewell, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Hey, good day.
Greetings.
I'm Michael Jill. I'm coming from the Kingdom of Spain. I wish to speak with Mohammad Shah.
Ambassador, I apologize. My name is, I am the Grand Vizier. I'm Mirza Abdul Hassan Khan. I do all things for the Shah. He is predisposed, as he tends to always be. I will speak for him in all things. I welcome you to Tehran, and I don't believe we have had a Spanish ambassador here for many years.
No, that is true. The issue was raised quite persuasively by the Germans and the French and the Council of Europe. The Spanish political landscape has not really thought about the Persian issue much, nor its culture. But I must tell you that the freedom of Persia is gaining traction among many people, in particular in the urban areas. With reading about news with, of course, the Russians and the British wanting to carve up your lands, etc. It's quite an inspiring story for many Spaniards.
We are glad to hear that, though we are no fools. We know we are a beneficiary of circumstance. For Great Britain, it appears to us, seems to be the unifying factor in Europe for all to dislike, and their actions with us have put us in a very lucky position in regards to that. And we are glad to hear that there are those in Spain who seek for Iran to retain its independence. We acknowledge Spain as a rising power once more, one of the greatest powers of the world, and a navy force to be respected. We hope one day to be able to have a small navy of our own, and we look to your example of your complete and total rebuilding of your naval power and excellence as a model for our own state.
Oh, that is very good to hear. Well, Spain's power is not really in its economy as much as its navy. That is true. However, we of course have quite a free trade policy now. I will inform you that there are many businessmen in Spain that wish to, of course, invest in Persia. There's been quite a lot of traction now for both opium and other goods which the Persians produce, and we would like to, of course, see that these bankers and others would be able to invest this, and of course
I would like to say just off the bat that I have to do honor to the great European friend of Iran in that we have an exclusive deal to export opium entirely to the Germans, which we will not disagree on. That being said, we do have other goods which we do not have such a clause on, that we will have a preference for German markets, and we are open to it. We look for many partners and would be happy to cooperate with Spanish investors and businessmen. Though we do wish to make this clear before anything else, as it would be a disservice to our friends in Berlin not to do so.
Of course. There are many goods which we would be more than willing to export to. Of course, Spain has a free trade policy, but I could certainly
we are at present a part of the Qing's market. The civil war there has taken its toll on their country, and as a result on our own economy. They are in great need of tools, of iron, of wood, and of textiles. If these are things that the Spanish are able to export in mass, I'm sure you will find many buyers here very interested in such things.
Yes. I will inform you that of course, as Spain has free trade, we will of course validate and allow for the investments that our businessmen wish to invest into Persia.
Of course, but we also know that a strong word from the government always does a bit of a benefit, even in such circumstances.
Well, of course.
Sorry to interrupt this meeting. We do not wish to impugn upon the discussions of the Iranians with anybody else. And once again, we apologize to the Iranians for the situation, as it is very complex at this time.
Of course.
Well, I believe with France and Portugal here, matters can perhaps be raised for more pressing issues than that of investment.
Yeah. That reminds me, so the British just took a piece of the Sinai from Egypt, which is very frustrating.
We had heard rumor that they wish to build a modern version of the Canal of Pharaohs, I believe.
Yeah. Well, we will be dealing with that in a second, actually, because that's what I'm here to talk about, Spain.
Yes.
The Germans and I are both ready to declare, but we require your consent as well as that of Portugal's.
You plan to declare war on Egypt or on the British?
On Egypt and by proxy the British.
That is quite an escalation.
Well, we could just do a cut down to size of Britain because they are currently, in fact, a pariah with 144 infamy. What the fuck did they do?
Okay, as GC, I don't think to cut down to the size would work. I guess it would just release.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I know.
That's cruel.
I'm aware. I'm just pointing out that for some reason I didn't even realize I had that ability to do it right now because I didn't realize they had that much infamy. Holy shit.
They have a lot of infamy in part because they puppeted, they made Canada and
right, that's right.
New South Wales dominions.
Well, that's fair.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Anyway,
the Iranians would offer, though we will not be in this war, that you are welcome to use our ports for any requisitions your fleets may need in the War of Egypt for what it counts.
Madam Game, would that be allowing us to violate sovereignty? Is that what you're saying?
Out of RP, you're welcome to do that if you want. Battle RP, it was more just
Okay. I don't know exactly how we utilize the ports. So
if you want to use violate sovereignty to go for Aqaba, you can though, if you're able to.
Yeah. I'll think about it. Anyway, so Spain and Portugal, you're ready? Or do we want to discuss it? Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I follow Spain here for sure.
All right, I will go let the Germans know, and we will begin.
To finish off talks with Spain, I see a very pressing circumstance. We'd just like to say that we are very interested in importing Spanish goods, and cooperation economically with Spain is something that is deeply desired. Though we will remind you yet again that we will stand by our agreements with Germany and prioritize exports to them in the future.
Well, I believe that is all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So this is the war. The Ottomans will not be directly involved in this war because they hate the British, so they're going to probably stay out of this. If the Ottomans join the play for this war, we'll enter it and go after Iraq, and he probably knows that. Because they betrayed us. At this point, we have genial and amicable relations, but that doesn't reflect the roleplay. In the roleplay, they promised to protect us. There was a whole diplomacy we did, some of y'all remember a while back. They promised to defend us, and when I called on that, they refused. So, we don't have any respect for them anymore, or any desire to cooperate. They're also Sunni. Any deals we made were tenuous to begin with due to, like, the religious issue, so... I mean, we just made a whole speech about not being real politic. We're gonna do a bit of that here, in that sense, you know. Anyway, we have a bit of a moment here. What's up, Escape? How's it going? Good to see you. What's up, Jacob? He's gonna go for the Suez. Yes, he is, Jacob. It looks like the Germans are gonna go for the Suez. And given they're our #1 ally now in, or friend, I suppose, in Europe, that's great for us. We walk out of this in a very good situation. It's not because of us, it's because of Britain. Britain has made themselves such a pariah, and they used us as another stepping stone towards great power status. We were just simply where many of these European powers put their foot down. Like, they're all working with us because they hate Britain so much. That's what this is, and we're just benefiting so much off of that, so. Thank you to follow Rose Bros. Nice name, by the way. Ottomans had to dip out, so it's AI controlled right now. Ah, I did not know that, gotcha. I'll ask the GC about that, and I don't want to fuck him. If I join the war, I probably just will go for, like, Basra or something, that I'll leave the rest of it for him, because I don't want to screw him. That'd be not cool. We might just stay out of it then. I don't want to... Yeah, we'll stay out of this war. I don't want to fuck the Ottomans if the player's not here. That's not right. We'll just stay out of it. That wouldn't be right. If we weren't here, we wouldn't want him to do the same thing. So, you know. We need more ports is what we need. We can't export anymore. Yep. We need to urbanize Yemen. So we can actually grow a coffee like industry there. We'll build furniture factories. We'll build a tool workshop. And then at that point, we'll build one more wharf. And then we should have a functioning economy there. So we'll be able to expand our coffee plantations. I heard that, yeah. Yeah, there's about to be a big war on Egypt. We can sustain more building too. I'm gonna build some more construction. We're just gonna spend off some of this giant gold reserves that we have because they're monstrous. This money is just burning a hole in our pockets, so let's go ahead and just rapidly increase what we're able to construct here. Look at that standard of living now. We're up to 15.7. We now owe an obligation to Germany. Why do we do that? I guess because they're bankrolling us? Like, our economy is being propped up by our allies. It really is. Or at least we would still be alright. We couldn't just build this much is what it would be. What's up, Rose Bros? What's going on in this game? We were playing Iran. We almost just got partitioned by Russia and Britain, but the European powers and the Congress of Vienna intervened to stop it from happening, and they're all preparing a coalition war against Great Britain, who is now the #2 power, and Egypt, who's their puppet, as well as Hejaz. The Germans are about to make a play for the Suez because the Brits are trying to build it right now, and they have the backing of, I believe, the French, the Spanish, and the Portuguese, so... We're in a customs union and cooperating with the Qing, who are really struggling in a war in the east. They're winning it, but barely. I wanted to try and help them out, but I didn't get it in time. Not being able to join ongoing wars is a feature they really need to fix. We need to build some more... You know what we could really do that would really help out the Qing a lot? We need to make a bunch of ammunition plants for them. This would save the Qing's ass and help them win this war. They just don't have enough ammunition to win their civil war, so we're going to help them. We're going to build up a bunch of munition plants, and that will subsidize the Qing's military issues they're having right now. It is huge, and we're in on it. We did that out of necessity, too. Greetings.
Greetings. Firstly, I would like to formally apologize for the British criticism or their outburst against the Shah of Iran. I am hoping you do not think of everyone that's from the crown to be like
we know well, as you said to us during the Congress of Vienna when we spoke before, we know well that this was not of your own doing, and we do not hold it against the Raj. We understand that Britain is a far cry from the respectable power that they used to be, and we hold no ill will against you for it.
Yes, and I'm hoping you've seen that we have abolished slavery and serfdom throughout
Congratulations! India. We have succeeded in this ourselves most recently, though it took many years and much fierce debate in order to succeed.
Yes, we was wondering if you would be at all open to link railways from Hyderabad, from the Sindh province to the capital of Tehran. I was hoping maybe we could link railways and trade with one another more closely, like how we trade with Afghanistan.
We would be more than capable of sustaining that economically, and we think the continued economic ties between us and India is, I apologize, the Raj, is in both of our interests. We'd be happy to fund such a project immediately.
Yes, and we, as a president, would be willing, if you ever do need funds, we could maybe see it later on, once I have dealt with issues that the Raj has been having. We may wish to bankroll Iran if Iran ever had any economic crisis at all.
In the event of an economic crisis, we would very much appreciate it. Though I will say we currently have investors from many corners of the world at present. We have good friends in Germany and the Qing who are helping our economies develop.
Yes. But
and likewise, we would offer you a similar circumstance. We know in the past that you have struggled with economic crises, and if we are capable, the Iranian Empire, the Iranian state would be happy to do the same for you.
Yes, and we hope that you understand that the reason that we are absolving and bringing the freedoms that the British Raj has had. As you know, we are in a republic, which is a bit weird considering we're under a crown, but the British Raj is a republic, and as such we are bringing to the Indian vassals. Slowly, we are freeing them from slavery, and this is why the vassals that you've seen in India are disappearing slowly.
Of course. We are glad to hear you embracing reform. I myself had hoped for it much of my life, but you know, the landowners here are very tough. Thankfully, the cries of the people made it untenable, and we were able to pass our own reforms. It's not an easy thing, though.
We had to intervene to help Afghanistan do its reforms. He had
Of course.
You saw a large rebellion, which I helped him deal with.
We are aware of that situation.
I do also wish to come here and warn you that the crown is evidently wishing to attack you at some point.
We are well aware that the British will try and invade as soon as they are capable. Thankfully, I am confident, given a good decade or so of being unmolested by European powers, Iran will be more than capable of defending themselves, even against the British.
Unfortunately, I myself, Mike, I don't believe war should happen. I believe that there should be peace in Asia. But I have no control over the British Raj army. The Queen, if she enforces them to attack you, they will attack you, but this is not of my doing. As you may have heard, I am not powerless, but I am definitely unable to control the military anymore. If the military is being given orders by Her Majesty's government.
I understand that you have no choice but to do what the crown desires, and again, we will not hold it against you. We understand that until such time as you have a measure of self-rule, that will be the case. So again, we thank you for making it clear to us that is the case, but we do understand your circumstance.
Yes. Though, if Britain was to lose such a war, I would try to intermediate between you and the Crown, because I know the Crown would probably not want to talk to you if need to, on a peace deal. But I do hope that we can keep our good relations we've had with one another.
We would be happy to, and as you said, I think the Tehran to Hyderabad railway is a good way to reinforce this. And I have already have engineers surveying the mountains of Baluchistan and the lower Iranian region to ensure that we can build a railway very quickly through there to link up our two great hubs of industry.
I will leave you with one last thing, and that is Russia. From what I've heard from the Crown of Britain, Russia is looking to claim Khiva.
We know very well what they claim there, and thankfully we are tenuously confident in our ability to prevent this through our diplomatic actions.
I have tried my best to sway the Crown that we shouldn't allow Russia to. We should not be seeking to partition regions. It will only let Russia grow more stronger, and I've warned him about this, but he seems to think that he can trust Russia. But of course, I don't trust Russia at all.
An odd thing to believe, but perhaps, as we've seen recently, I don't think the best foreign policy decisions are being made in London. Nothing to be done about it.
Anyway, I will. If you need anything, you know where I'll be. I will.
Of course.
Head
We
back
thank you
to
for your
Berlin.
friendship, and we will speak soon.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, pan-nationalism. We almost have philosophical pragmatism as well. French hackers did this. Yeah, Great Britain just went down. We may do a rehost. I'm not too sure. Anarchism spreading. Oh boy. 17 weeks. Look at all those munition plants. We're growing. It's slow, but we are growing. We should try and pass a higher police force at some point too. Law-wise, we're more or less where we would be. What's like really popular? What's really popular of like the landowners or really the armed forces? Those are the two. He is a landowner, so it'd be them. Peasant levies. He supported professional army though, so we won't do that. Agrarianism. None of these. What about the military? Do they want anything? They want multiculturalism. Wow. Secret police would make some measure of sense. Given that we have a very unpopular monarch and a landowning elite who has been very close to a revolt several times. So is Britain just allowing Russia to get what they wanted in the Great Game in this? Yeah. This did happen in real life though, Rose Bros. There was a time where the Great Game went on for a while, and then at one point Russia and Britain said, hey, let's just work together and screw them over. And then they did. So I think we might have a rehost. Let's see. Yes, we are. Cool. Rehost? Oh, man. I'll exit the desktop just to be double safe. Don't want to desync in this. Let that god-awful AI just destroy our economy again. It seems as Russia is going after Persia and Germany after Egypt. I have no idea what France is getting out of this. I guess the destruction of their main rival. They're just playing everyone. France is the best diplomat in this game currently. They're just playing everyone off each other and getting themselves like continuous. They're just working on their economy from what I've seen and letting everyone else just duke it out, which is smart. That's the way they should be approaching this. They're playing very intelligently. I just got a DM about Brazil. Oh man, Brazil, the capital of Brazil just got stormed by Bolsonaro supporters. Oh man, is this a coup or what is this? Oh man, Brazil, I can't tell if this is a coup or not. There's attacks in Brazil. The Congress, the Supreme Court, and the head of government has been completely taken over by Bolsonaro supporters. No, this is in real life. This is in real life Brazil. They're basically, I think, having their January 6th right now. That's what this looks like. They're having their version of January 6th. That's literally what this is. Yeah, this is Brazilian January 6th. Holy shit. Wow. No, it's not in session. They're just like occupying it, I guess, or something. Damn. Let's see what Lula said. Has Lula said anything yet? It's all in fucking Portuguese, so I don't know. I think I have a translate app, one sec. Where's my translator? Did I get rid of the fucking thing for it? I don't have my translator for some reason on here. Wow, that's wild. Jesus Christ. Should have produced more wine. It's the exact same thing that happened in the USA. Left-wing person wins election, right-wing gets mad, storm the Capitol. Yeah. For all their talk of fair elections, they sure don't fucking like it. Who are the rebels supporting? In Brazil, Dolphin, they're supporting the old president, Bolsonaro. He's a far-right, the far-right president of Brazil. He was in power for, I think, the last 4 or 8 years. I want to say 4. He's really far right. He's a right-wing populist. He's basically Brazilian Donald Trump is the way it tends to be put. A lot of people were worried that he wouldn't accept the election results, but he did. So I don't know if he condoned this or not. I'm curious. I think, didn't he fly out of the country? I saw an article the other day that said that he'd flown to America. Is he in America right now? Where is Bolsonaro right now? Let's see what's on his Wikipedia page. Not too sure. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a water. I'll be back in a second. Welcome back, Jax. Little order shutdown of Brasilia. The president has ordered the National Guard to move in to reinstate order on the capital. He has also ordered the shutdown of central Brasilia, including the main avenue where the administrative government buildings are located. 24 hours. They're trying to get control in. Now, there's like a, I don't know if it's a coup or just like a January 6th thing. Yoff, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. Fuck, I hope not. Lula's not perfect. Lula's got problems, but he's much better than Bolsonaro, in my opinion. I got a really bad headache all of a sudden. Took some ibuprofen. Should be fun. I think I'm fucking dehydrated. Is what it is. It might be a coup. Yeah, it's tough to say right now. You don't live in Brazil, then you're good. You're good. You're fine. Yeah, I have a few friends there. Fuck, I should head up Twins, man. He was in here earlier. Worse to me. Yeah, the lawmakers were present. I mean, January 6th was done to basically stop like the confirmation of the election. It was a borderline coup attempt, just a really not well done one, because I mean, they were confirming the election results essentially is what was happening. So all the congressional members were there. I mean, for all those claims, there's so many quotes of all those people wanted to at the very least not do good things to the lawmakers. There's still timers out, so you'd have to really run. It's possible. You can ask Hastings. He's the host. Also, didn't help how Trump said the elections were rigged. Yeah, there's that. I don't want to talk about Trump. We don't need to give him lip service. Hopefully he's just gonna be slowly forgotten. Well, in the political context. Bolsonaro at least admitted that he defeated. He did publicly admit that he lost the election, though. Trump never did that. fled to Florida. Okay, that's where it was. I knew I saw headlines saying he went to the U.S. I wasn't sure where he went though. That's really fucking funny though. Do you think he's staying at Mar-a-Lago? What are the chances Bolsonaro is staying at Mar-a-Lago right now on a scale of 1 to 10? What are the chances? That'd be pretty funny.
Greetings.
Hello.
I am ambassador from Beijing.
Welcome, ambassador. What can I do for you?
Well, the Russian ambassador came to me to express concerns about our mutual relations. The thing is, we have been cooperating for many years. So the thing is, you are obviously a great ally of yours, Persia. But however, we believe that it's not possible that you are simultaneously
The what, sorry? I didn't get the last part.
We believe that you should choose between Russia and the British Empire because you can't have bad relations with both of them at the same time. And
we're happy, we would be interested in potentially getting better relations with Russia, but we are not willing to cede any of our territory. We will not make attempts to take further territory from the Russians. We would be willing to do that, but ceding of any current territory of Iran is not on the table. We would be open to attempts to do some manner of reconciliation with the Russians, though.
Let me see my map if my assistant brought it to me.
He would have been asking for Kiva. He's made that very plain, and we have no greetings. There's a Russian ambassador too here, I see.
Yes, we came with the Chinese ambassador.
Oh, I didn't see there. I apologize. Well, to the ambassador of Russia, we just like to make it clear we will fight for any inch of Kiva, and we will not give that up under any circumstance. But we are not opposed to the possibility of reconciliation, as you have been our historical enemy, and your actions in seizing the Caucasus was a great tragedy for Iran. However, there appear to now be much bigger dangers to our people, and as such, we will take a page out of the European book and consider some real political actions here. So we're not opposed towards having discussions with you that could lead to a less hostile relationship, but I want to say off the bat that if it begins of any suggestions of territory being ceded to Russia, we have nothing to talk about.
The thing is, we believe, according to our economists, that the region of Kiva is not that prosperous, so maybe in a good faith. If you allow them
we would
to
be
take
open
Kiva,
to the exchanging of territory. If the Russian Empire would wish to give back a part of the Caucasus region, we would be open to giving you Kiva.
for example, if Russia maybe give
We're willing to
Armenia
pay for it.
and
We're willing
Kars.
to pay for it.
You have already taken much from my country. This is not about money or value. This is about our sovereignty, our respect, our prestige, and our status as a nation. As I said, in exchange of territory, we would be open to, but beyond that, we will not cede anything for anything less than outright land. That being said, we want to make it clear that we do not see you as hostilely as we did in the past, unless you wish to continue your attempts to annex more of our territory, in which case we will go back to what we have been for quite some time.
No, I believe the whole meeting started off on the wrong foot. The demand that we proposed with the British was simply because of our bad relations, and we thought that, we've never really had good relations, and we were threatened because of all the pretty much the French influence, and we're not saying that we're enemies with the French, but should we get on the wrong foot with them and decided to invade, there is only open plains north of Kiva, and we felt threatened by that. That's why we got involved in the whole demand proposed by the British. If we can get good relations, we would not require any more land from the Persians.
It's definitely worth a conversation.
The Russian ambassador also told me that if you are willing to give him Kiva, they will support us if the British Empire try to invade you. What I'm saying is that you need to pick a side between the two of them because
I understand your perspective in that, Ambassador, and we have great respect for the Qing's outlook as we do see you as our closest friend and protector. However, I will say that we do have another extraneous deal such that we are confident that we are at no risk of any territorial violations anymore.
Okay.
Very well.
Because you see, our friendship has limits. I can support you if you're fighting Russia and
I understand,
the
but let me
British
make this clear to the
same time.
ambassador. We will discuss this separately when the Russian ambassador's not here, but we would be protected by another, one of which neither of those powers could currently contend with.
Okay.
And it is not the French, to make it clear to the Russians on that foot. I will say, though...
I know who it is.
You did very well. Then, yeah, the Germans have become a very close friend of ours, and as such, in the event of an invasion of Iran, although there is never a certain thing, we would most likely have their backing. But as I said, the Russians' conquest and annexation of the Caucasus, their treatment of the people there, it is something that we will never forget. But we also hold no... We will not stand upon a principle that will take us to the grave. And we wish to make clear to Russia that it is not in our major interest anymore to attempt to take back that land. There are others who have presented a much more aggressive threat to us, primarily the British and their allies, and the betrayal of the Ottomans in this situation was very distressing. And as such, we do not view you with the same distaste as we once did. I say this to make it clear to you that there's never a certain thing, and our borders are such that a war between us would be disastrous for either one if we both had great power backers. But we're not outright looking to fight a war with you anymore, as we once did.
We are very glad to hear that, because your hostility towards us has been a very big driving point.
Of course, and your occupation of the Caucasus will always be an issue for us. But, as I said, we will not sit upon a single issue that could result in so much danger.
We really hope in the long term that this conflict between you two is resolved. Because if we cooperate, the three of us, we can change the balance of power in Asia.
As for right now, I believe we've only we will be working with the Persians towards a detente on the on our border, if they agree, of course.
That would be a good place to start, I think.
Also, you're both fighting for, let's say, 1 million GDP a region.
I said it before, Ambassador. The Qing should understand well that not all things are monetary.
It will be a bloody war for just a region.
But it seems that we have here today both acknowledged that. It seems to me that much of this conflict was born on the Russian side out of fear of an invasion, which is warranted. We made very clear our desire for that in the past, and I will reiterate that we will never acknowledge the Caucasus as Russian, but we also don't need to outright seek their return, assuming that obviously the people there are well treated.
Which they are, I would like to add. There are
my country.
Standard of living there is high, and there are plenty of job opportunities.
We are glad to hear that.
Does the Iranian minister have a time? Ambassador, I mean.
As soon as this meeting is done, we would very much have time.
Okay, because there's something urgent I need to tell you.
We will talk back Persia.
Very well. I mean, was there anything else that we needed to discuss here? I think that...
No, I just wanted to be a mediator in this crisis.
I understand. And,
in addition, sorry to disrupt, but in addition, while we're here, would the Persians subject to Russian annexation of Caucasus?
We would not outright oppose it, but it's not something we would seek either. It is That was more of a British sphere issue rather than ours. So the borders of the Iranian Empire never extended that far, so it is not explicitly a core of ours.
Very well.
We would take a neutral stance on it.
Very well. Well, thank you for this discussion. This has certainly opened new opportunities for both of us.
We are glad to have had fruitful talks.
Of course. We'll be going now, so wish the best of luck to both the Qing ambassador and the Persian ambassador.
Farewell, ambassador.
Farewell.
I apologize for keeping you waiting, ambassador. News from Germany?
Yes, hello. I believe this news will be kind of interesting for you, and as a great friend of the German nation, I believe it is my duty to tell you. The British Raj, or the Indians, they're trying to undercut your opium sellings. They made offers to us that they could provide better opium and more to it. As well, they were suggesting me to get treaty ports in China and in Vietnam. So I believe you should know this, that
Vietnam.
It is good that the I see the Chinese have left. Did you ever make an attempt to speak with Beijing?
Not right now, because we are hands full right now with this blooming war that is about to happen.
We understand, and it is a sign of your continued friendship that you let us know this, and we are very thankful for it. Perhaps, Ambassador, when you do have the time, we could go to Beijing together and speak about this issue.
Of course we can.
Do you have time at the moment?
Yes.
Very well. Let us take a trip.
Yep. I need to find where he is.
I do too.
We're
the Qing.
161, like, if you scroll down a lot.
I see it, yeah. Greetings.
Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings. I come with concerning news from the British Raj, or the Indians. They are trying to undercut the Iranian opium sellings and exports by suggesting they have better opium and more of it. And another thing that is perhaps more severe is they were suggesting to Germany to get treaty ports in your country and in Vietnam. And as a good friend of the Persians and with attempts making better relationship with your country, I believe it would be wise to let you know that.
But everyone is opposing them, so they are willing to do this.
Yeah,
I believe a great emperor. I believe that they were attempting to garner Germany's support in getting treaty ports from you jointly with them. They were seeking Germany as an ally to do this.
No, I have to clarify. They were suggesting me to get some treaty ports.
How would they benefit at all from this?
I have no idea. They were just suggesting it. It was a really strange meeting, I have to say. Really strange ambassador. I think he wasn't all there, if you catch my drift.
So they already have access to our market.
It's very odd then that they were suggesting this.
Yeah, we thought it as well, and like I said, it is. I think as the Persians are great, or the Iranians are a great friend to the German nation, we have to let that now.
Germany, sorry to interrupt, guys, but Germany, the war.
Okay.
Yeah, before Germany leaves, I would like to say to the Emperor of the Qing, I would like to say that the Germans have been nothing but friends to us and have been our most consistent friend in Europe, and that they brought this to us and to you out of friendship. So we just like to clarify on their behalf what is going on here.
Yeah, exactly. We have no intents to getting any treaty ports in either Vietnam or the Qing.
Okay. I believe we don't have an embassy in our country. I will rectify that soon.
And I believe that I'm just saying that's because, like, I think Persia and you should be careful about the British, and especially about the British Raj, as they seem to be presenting a threat.
Our armies are modernized, so we can pick a fight.
Yeah.
But
Just
thanks
like-
for warning us.
Yeah,
Wait,
of course, of course.
I'd like to please give the deep thanks of the Iranian Empire to the Kaiser when next you see him.
Of course. That would be I'm gonna extend it to him. And
Jeremy.
yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
But you do have something to do, so we thank you for everything you've done.
Yep. Okay, thank you. No problem.
Okay, just come up to the other chat where everyone else is.
Yep. Everyone else is. This is nice. Where's everyone else?
There's a lot of people in a lot of different channels right now.
Yeah. Okay, I found it. Right.
We will take our leave as well, but we did like to just say that we think the Germans are very good friends of ours, and we would humbly suggest to the great emperor of the Qing that they could very well be your own friend in Europe as well. But that is all we wish to say. We would not presume to suggest imperial policy.
We will see.
Very well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
He could declare a separate war against them.
You could declare a separate war for Sinai, yeah.
Is this meant to be in Tehran? Just checking.
Sorry. Yeah, we are taking up here on. We'll have to plan our invasion.
Want to make sure this
somewhere
wasn't intentional. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Okay, so you said Gibraltar?
What do you call it? Gibraltar. I think they're hasting us his own channel setup now. You should probably just go down there.
Oh, why did he go down?
All right, we actually have a minute. So yeah, Gibraltar. Okay, there's been a lot of diplomacy today. That's what happens when you miss a whole session and things just go fucking crazy. But so the Russians want to reconcile with us. That's not impossible. They own the Caucasus, though. This is our territory. We're never gonna say it's not. But given we almost got fucked by two of the world's biggest powers, and given that Mirza Abdul Hassan is not a stupid man, we'd probably at least want to reconcile. We're not going to agree to anything with them. We're not going to just overnight make deals or cooperate with them, but we don't have to be explicitly hostile. I'd already said that we aren't going to pursue this land anymore. It's too dangerous, at least for a while. If there's an opportunity one day, we will perhaps consider it, but given the danger and outright hostility of Britain in trying to annex us or puppet us, the power of Egypt, the betrayal of the Ottomans, now perhaps the hostility of the Indians, we don't need our current relationship with the Russians. Like, again, I don't plan to ever be friends with them. I don't think we would realistically ever be friends with them, but again, man, politics of this game are so interesting. God damn. Let's go back to working on the economy. Now, I've been developing it throughout all this. Our economy has developed dramatically. Our quality of life has also gone up dramatically. I think we have some of the highest quality of life in the Middle East. Yes, we do. Hedgehogs isn't too bad, but we're really, really high up there. Yemen especially is just crazy. We'll build all this up when we can too. So we're going to build up the glass industry. We'll build one more railway in Tabriz. We'll build a few more government buildings. Actually, no, we don't need those anymore, do we? We'll build up the motor industry to actually get some more trains for the Qing as economy, which they really need. We'll get the ports so we can trade more, and then we're just going to do a few other things. Let's jump up these construction sectors. Europe is about to go into a giant war. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I know there is a war. Yeah, it's in Egypt. Okay, so it is the war that is about to happen is the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese versus the British, the Ottomans, and the Egyptians. Is the Ottoman player in the game? No, he's not. So we won't go into the war then. Let's go for, man. We actually have a lot of tech in this game. We'll go for gentry canes. Being able to be an export hub would be huge for us. When is the next game to be hosted? We have a Friday game that's ongoing as well, Roseburrows. That's only been one session, so that's a really early on game. If you want to join one of the games, I'd recommend you join the one next Friday. We're also using the mod that we've made for multiplayer, which is way better. So, yep. In terms of entirely new game, we're gonna start a new Sunday game. I think in like 3 or 4 weeks. This will go for 3 or 4 more sessions, I think, depending on a few things. Germany embargoed Britain. Whoa. Yeah, we're really helping the Qing win this war with that ammunition. They're actually pushing them now. You are very welcome. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, there's a link to it in my stream profile. When you get in there, just go in the roles channel and get the Victoria role, and then you'll see all the information on Victoria. I can also send you the information thing on the website I actually added last night. Finally got this done. This tells you most of what you need to know about joining one of our Vic games. No, it doesn't change a lot, Trucker Nero. It adds a few new mechanics, like with magic and stuff, and obviously the map's very different. But it's not like dramatically different than vanilla. It'll get that way, I'm sure, over time, though. They go to follow Edelweissen. Yeah, we need to become like the trade hub for the Qing's economy and for our own economy. Ports will help a lot with that. We'll need to build up probably more shipping too. We really need engines though, which we're about to hopefully get. Each one of these I think of 80. No, only 40. I don't know if we have the ability to make more. Hopefully we do. Steel is... Actually, we're fine on steel. The Qing are producing a lot of it. Let's see what the economy looks like when they actually annex the rest of the U. And then we'll just we'll go from there. We really don't know how we're going to operate in the Qing economy until they actually reunite, so... But engines would certainly be a help, and I'm sure they're very exportable too. Not actually as much as I thought. There's not a ton of demand for them. But explosives. Nope. We're going to declare an interest in Germany so we can export there. I've been thinking of joining a game at some point, and the only Paradox game I actually understand quite well and don't suck at completely is CK2 and CK3, but I'm not good with Elder King's lore. So yeah, there's a new game that's going to be starting Trucko Nero, and it might be vanilla. There was a vote on that. Let me go look at what that's at. They're voting on the next CK3 setting. Vanilla's winning. But wow, I didn't expect that. Vanilla got 18 votes, so the next CK3 game is going to be vanilla. It will be vanilla, so you won't have to worry about that at all. Yes, they did. It's the AI. The player is, he DC'd and did come back a while ago. As the secret police law gains traction, many of our people have expressed concerns about their privacy. They'll be fine. It's for their own good. Maybe some optimization mods. You can only usually use 2 or 3 in multiplayer though. But yeah, we'll throw in a few mods for sure, I'm sure. I won't be in that. That's the same time as the Saturday MD game, so I won't be able to play in those. Yeah, the Ottomans are AI, yes. I barely know what I'm doing, but all my charts are going up. Well, that's the essential part of it. Why are we losing so much money? Because of it, we're constructing so much right now. It's the engines. They're very costly to make, I think. We still have so much gold reserves. It's insane. 14 million in the bank. Like, the banks of Iran are just ridiculously wealthy. It's, like, not even funny. I can't read Portuguese too well, but it looks like there's now reports of shots being fired in the broken in the federal building, and then the executive order placing Brazil under martial law until the 30th was signed. Man. Okay, so we can export to Germany now. Let's see what that might look like. What does the German market really need? Art, wine, coffee, sugar, groceries, explosives, liquor. I'm currently exporting liquor somewhere else. Let's switch that to Germany. Yeah, we're exporting to the Spanish. We're going to export liquor to the Germans instead. Oh, never mind. They can't really compete for it. Let me try. Not productive. Do we have a trade deal with them? No. We can't because we're in a customs union. So if the I bet the Spanish and the Qing have a no. They don't have trade agreements with anyone. They're getting navally invaded. Oh shit, they are. Who invaded? I think the French did. Man, it's really... Why is it not profitable for us to trade with the Germans? Tariffs. Do we, did I put a tariff on them? Or maybe the Qing did. Nope. So it must be the Germans have one, right? French fleet? Oh my god, it's almost 500. That's insane. What else could we export them? They really need wine. There's a deficit of it.
Mohammad Shah.
Greetings. Who am I speaking with? You're speaking with the Grand Vizier.
This is the Maharaja's envoy from the Empire of the Sikh.
Ah, Ambassador. Welcome to Tehran. What can I do for you?
Yes, I must say your accommodations are quite lavish. We greatly appreciate Persian hospitality.
Of course. The wealth of Iran of most recent times has brought many amenities. But what brings you here?
Yes, I wanted to voice my concern for our untrusting neighbors to the south, the British Raj. They have been posturing and worrying our government for quite some time now. And I believe you're up to date on the foreign affairs in India, excuse me.
We are very aware.
India, where they completely capitulated the Indian Trade Company.
We are aware of that situation.
Just for the greedy empire and the thirsty empire's advances in our mighty continent of Asia.
Although we are flattered by your visit, we would first ask, have you approached Beijing, as it is the Qing who have the great power in the east.
Yes, I have. They are willing to not outwardly give us a defensive reassurance. However, if such actions were taken from the south, then they will protest it on an international stage. Unfortunately, they are much greater than us and may have a better opportunity to overwhelm us before international response is requested. And
I understand, but even if your capital was to fall, Srinagar is very defensible in the Kashmir Mountains, and in addition, the Qing and Iran, if this was the case, would be willing to intervene. And though your capital may fall, you would have your lands back if we were to be successful. Have you attempted to reconcile with President Augustus, though? Have you made any attempts to speak directly with him?
The minor Maharaja has been weighing the opportunity to go speak with the president himself.
My number one recommendation would be that you make haste to Calcutta to speak with him, as the situation could be dealt with diplomatically before any other need potentially may arise.
Yes, thank you very much, Grand Vizier.
Of course, and as I said, if Beijing is in support of you, we too will support you as we can, though our own position is quite tenuous.
Thank you so much, Grand Vizier. Thank you for your time, and may God be with you.
And thank you, and with you. Thank you to follow Storm. Good morning to you too. Are you Storm from the Discord or a different one, by the way? Again, Moscow? Man, you've been crashing a lot, dude. Do you use Windows or do you use something else? Fuck, why is our economy stagnating? The engines certainly doesn't help anything. How are we looking on that front? Oh man, we're gonna need a lot of steel too. No, the war, yeah, actually the war is happening. We're not involved in it because the Ottoman player isn't here, so I don't want to screw him. Britain has been navally invaded by the French, though, and is in the process of falling. They only have 99 battalions left. Their fleet is also not in good shape. Presumably Egypt is. I mean, there's not even been an invasion of Egypt at this point. Wow. We really did just witness the fall of the British Empire in this game, though. France and Germany will be probably contending for global superpower status now. Germany has to actually get some colonies, though. They have almost none, I think, right now. Do they have anything? Let me look. No one owns South Africa right now. That's wild. I don't think Germany has much. Did they get anything maybe in Asia? No, not at all. Wow. Yeah, me too. Europe's gonna get completely rewritten. We're gonna see probably a second Congress of Vienna at the end of this. No, most likely not Moscow. They would need colonies and they just don't have them, so. These ports will allow us to export a lot more. We really just need to actually build up all of our ports at this point. That's probably more important than most of this other stuff. Yemen's been developed, we don't need that. The railway line we will build. The coffee plantations we'll build. When we're done with this, we're going to just upgrade all of our ports and we're going to focus on being the exporter of the Qing's entire economy, which would bring us a lot of wealth. Yeah, this is just not productive right now. I really would like to help the German economy. Maybe opium exports? Let's see. Can we not export it? Opium? I'm just missing it. That's what's happening. There you are. Not profitable.
Hello.
Let's try them. Greetings.
Hello, it's just me, Moscow. I wanted somewhere to be because I'm bored since I'm not in the game anymore for obvious reasons of crashing.
You can hang out in here, but I'm streaming, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
I know.
stream. Yeah.
I know. I'm watching the streamers. I'll be quiet. I just.
Sure. Yeah, you've been here. Do you want me to? Well, you can watch on the stream, can't you?
Yeah, I'm watching the. You saw me probably in the chat. Anyway, I'm
I
just,
did. Yes. Yeah.
I'll be quiet. I'm just gonna be in here
Sounds good.
listening to things.
Hollywood playwright endorses reform. In the midst of the debate surrounding secret police, one of the country's leading playwrights, strongly associated with the bourgeoisie, has staged a widely acclaimed play whose politically laden theme makes no secret the author's desire for the law to be passed. We're just gonna go ahead and have him become a renowned playwright, because that will give us some prestige, of which we always could use more in our current situation. How's our economy looking? Well, we're ahead of Brazil and Japan, but we're behind Canada and Egypt and Mexico and Sokoto, so we're still contending, though. It's something. God, look at those gold reserves. That's just insane. Russia stalking. No, they're the petite bourgeoisie. You gotta say it right. They're petite. What's the point of joining a VC if you can't listen? I mean, you can do whatever you want. No delay, for one thing. Alright, let's see if we can... It must be we just don't have ships. That's the only thing I can think of right now. We got a surplus of clippers, so that's not the problem. We'll finish these ports and then we'll just kind of reevaluate here. One of the things that I didn't really fully understand until recently is just how powerful trade is, because trade is good for so many different reasons, but one of the most simple reasons I didn't fully understand was just how important and really useful trade centers are. Trade centers are buildings that you get for having a lot of trade out of a certain region. For example, in Baluchistan, where we do currently a lot of our trade right now, we have 19 trade centers, which are incredibly profitable. They make money off of trade explicitly, but they also produce urbanization and migration attraction. Trade, if you utilize it correctly, it's useful in so many different ways, through just money, through getting more people, through urbanizing a region, which just brings more wealth, power, and ability to industrialize this, not just agriculture too. So trade is a great way to develop a country if you can get away with it.
Also, when you're not on mercantilism, they feed into the investment pool as well.
True. Which, what do we have? Yeah, so interventionism, it goes in there. Actually, that's not the right. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Mercantilism. We don't have anything. We have mercantilism, though, so we don't get that. If we had protectionism, we would. Mercantilism is useful, though, because, what does it get? You can go for the merchant guilds and private owned. It's actually not that beneficial. I thought mercantilism was more beneficial than that. What was I thinking? You get terrorists, but if anything, that's a bad thing, because terrorists count into, like, basically the profitability of things, so that's really a bad thing. Yeah, protectionism I think would be better. Trade policy I need to understand a bit better. That was just my thought on things, though. I really love the game. It isn't perfect, and I have constantly some bugs and glitches happening in the later game, but I'm still probably one of my favorite Paradox games so far. What's up, Ken Ruley? Good to see you. Yeah, I agree. It's a really good game. I love the spud gunners who are just like demanding that things go back to Vicky 2, and it's like, no, why would you do that? Vicky 2 is a good game, it's fun, but like, what they're building here is so much better. I'm just saying, in most ways. Like, if you want Vic 2, go play Vic 2, but like, I really hope that Paradox stands firm and doesn't like bow to what were those people in Britain who revolted against mass manufacturing and the destruction of the artisan industry? There's a name for them. They were the group that basically rose up in a revolt in Britain because factory jobs were taking away artisan jobs. The Luddites, yeah. The Vic 2 zealots are basically just Luddites. That's how I view them. They're Luddites. They don't like change. They don't want things different. The real Luddites had an actually good reason to keep their system, because they made money and they had a higher standard of living. That doesn't exist in this circumstance, so there's not even the benefit of it. Like, it's a desire not to have change. And I think it's also part because people don't trust Paradox to really do quality stuff, which I understand, but Paradox has gotten better in recent times. I'll stand by that. So, plus modders. I don't trust Paradox. I trust modders. Modders can make a game like this into a good one. They already have. So, agreed, Kinrolly. Yeah, anyway. You want sliders in this then, ironically? I think this could definitely be flushed out more. The economy system needs to be flushed out more. We'll get it with DLC and we'll get it with mods, so not an issue. If you're intending to play a Paradox game in vanilla, you're already off to not the best circumstance. I'm just saying. Vanilla Paradox games will always be at best all right. You know, it's a skeleton for a good game. Anyway, rant over. Okay, so we've got some more shipping we're doing that really boosted our economy too. I think the big thing that's limiting us right now is just not having the convoys to really export a lot. Because we had the bureaucracy to do a ridiculous amount of trade routes right now. We're just not utilizing it. The Qing's economy is such that now that it's mostly united, let's take a look at it properly here. There's a lot of stuff that it could be exported. A lot. So we need to become an export hub. The armed forces suggest a more hardline foreign policy towards Russia due to our poor relations. We're not escalating this. We just had a whole peace conference. This will hurt us, but we also, our government would see the current situation with Russia as being needed to be de-escalated, given we almost just got screwed quite badly. So when we're done with our current buildings, the railways, the coffee plantations in Yemen, the tool workshop, we're going to work on just building, I think, up all our ports is what we'll do. Anywhere we have the people for it, we'll build them all up to 5. That's why I like that Paradox is doing moderate early access. I agree. One of the things that there's been numerous things in the last 2 years that have really made me kind of relook my perspective on Paradox. There's many things I still don't like about them. High DLC prices, just really like using games as a cash cow when they should be taking, I think, a longer term, more community-based approach to it. But one of the things that I have been very respectful of that Paradox has done is they have started to work more with modders. It's not perfect, but it is better. And I do like that. But again, it's one of those things that's literally in their interest. Half the reason that they make so much money and their games are so popular, it's the modders. The modders hold up the fucking game like they do. They always have since CK2. You know, like if you play a Paradox game for more than 20 hours, what do? You get mods. So anyway, I'm not going to rant. I'm trying not to. Okay, back to the game. But a new market for the Swiss industry. Fine art. Yeah, there's a huge demand for it in all of Europe. I'd get us to actually get into the business ourselves, but we have much bigger issues to deal with here. We're burning through those gold reserves really quick, but that's fine. I'm a modder. Central Asia strat is spam opium. Yeah, we will work on that more too, because we promised to do more exports of opium to the Germans, but we got to be able to actually export more. We don't have a ton of convoys. At least we did the last time I checked. Let's take a look at that. We have more now. Yeah, but they're just being used to upgrade all of our current ones every time we get more, so. We also need more engines. That's something we can't skip. The whole of the Qing need more engines. And steel. Let's build some steel plants too. Do we have, we don't have a ton of iron, but we have some, so let's build steel plants. We need 500 steel. Each one of these will get us 65, so we need around 8 of them. We just built... We'll build one more. And then we're going to build more motor industry. There we go. And you can plant like 1,000 opium in Delhi. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Did you see the naval invasion of Great Britain? Yeah, I saw it earlier. They're still holding out. London's fallen. They're holding out in Birmingham right now. God, look at these mega cities they've got. Got a skyscraper too. That's surprising. Britain is just a straight up battlefield in this timeline. It's basically like the Franco-Prussian War style, semi-more trench-based warfare just all across the British Isles. The coalition, they got coalition by France, Spain, Portugal, I think Germany too. No, Germany stayed out of it.
Yeah,
Smart.
Germany didn't stay out of it by choice. They just didn't have low enough relations with me to join the war, so they just embargoed Britain instead.
Fair. Okay. We're probably going to need to make more shipping industry because I think we'll run out of clippers very quickly here. Yeah, we're already very close. We're also, the tech we're going for right now is gantry cranes, so when we get those, we'll be able to do, like, ridiculous amounts more of exporting too. Because industrial port is so much better. No, because we also need ironclads, I think, so we'll have to get that too. Fireworks? Those weren't fireworks. That was artillery. Sorry, that is artillery. Law proposal causes uproar in the Baluchi communities. Claiming that enacting a secret police would affect the country's Baluchi inhabitants in a disproportionately negative way, Baluchi firebrands have riled their communities against the current law proposal. That's, it's not really a concern of the government at this time. You live in Brasilia. Fog Commander, how you doing? What's up, man? Yeah, pretty much. It's outright warfare. If I invited Italy to my customs union, do you think they would accept? The player isn't here, cheese, so don't literally cheese it, you know. How many players in the game? It's smaller today.
Wasn't there a place
29.
on Italy?
I didn't think. Let me look. I don't think so. No, there is. You'd have to go talk to Sniper Cheese. You could go speak with him about it. Making India independent. India is still boot sucking the British right now, from what I've heard. We have an excess of military equipment that we need to export too. We still have a deficit of ammunition. I'll need to build that up a little bit more. We'll build that for the Qing. Make ourselves just like so important to them that they just have to support us in things. Tasty, tasty British boot leather. God, look at these economies in Europe. I think the big thing that is holding back our economy is not having engines, because our trains aren't operating properly. No, because it's more than that, though. Let me look. Because all our agriculture is incredibly profitable. It is... And our trade centers are incredibly profitable. Our urban centers are not. Because our people aren't very wealthy. Once we get those engines, we'll be able to plug transport up too, which will help quality of life. Munition plants are just like not making us money because we need to They should be though, that's very odd. Because explosives. Oh my god, the explosive deficit is just ridiculous. We're really about to blow the Qing economy up here. We're just like gonna fill all the gaps. Oh man. Alright, we'll finish the ports, we'll finish the steel mills, and then we'll need to build chemical plants is what we'll need to do. Something I hate about Victoria is the combat. It's like 1870s would have been muskety based. Yeah, tech goes too quickly. That's the issue of it. Tech needs slowed down in some ways. Man, the explosives are just going to kill us. That's why the munition industry is so unprofitable. Let's go to the Bessemer Press. We have very profitable steel mills. Our motor industry is not profitable primarily, probably due to explosives? No, because steel's expensive. I think, did engines just get dealt with? Engines got dealt with. Okay, we're good on those then. Then we still need to work on steel, but they're actually doing a lot of those, so that's fine. Okay. Which is why we just need exports. We need to get ahead of the economy by being the main export region for it. Yeah, for like 10 minutes at the beginning, Jakey. What would be the most profitable industry in single player? Luxury goods. Luxury goods are such that the AI will rely on you for them if you make them. Luxury
also,
clothing.
If you rush ironclads and the AI just won't build them, and you can be the only country producing them, and every single country will import them from you.
If you make very valuable goods as a general rule, the AI will rely on you. So luxury goods, anything like that as well. Like that is, you'll get a monopoly on it essentially. Like there was a screenshot on the Vicky 3 Reddit of like someone who had made the Luxembourg economy just broken. And that's what he did. Luxury goods. Like you will monopolize it very quickly because the AI will just rely on you because the AI is a monkey. So. We need even more railways here too. Opium too, but opium's not as long-term reliable and it creates issues in your own country. Ooh, naval battle. The Egyptian Navy is getting defeated by the French Navy. No, that's a land battle. What am I talking about?
I didn't even have a navy. I blew it up to save money.
Fuck. Ironically, I think Egypt... Yeah, Egypt has a better military, though. That's hilarious.
That's the same tile I killed about 100,000... Well, not 100... I didn't kill 100,000. I beat, in the course of 3 battles, around 100,000 British troops there, like 20 years ago. Don't think it's going to be repeated here, though. I think the French are going to win, just in... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to win this looking at the battle, though the stream is slightly delayed.
Man. Britain lost the war, though, so it's now just solely on Egypt. What happened with that? What did they give up, though? I wish there was a way to see, like, what happened in pieces. It doesn't let you, I don't think. No.
France, yeah, Ireland was released, which is the biggest thing.
Whoa. Did they... Let me see. What are their vassals looking like right now? They kept most... Canada? Canada got independent. Nope, they're Dominion. Never mind. Never mind. I was excited for a moment there. It looks like they kept most of their colonies. Rich Onion song. No, I'm not playing that song. Oh, man. Ooh, okay. Enlistment offices, not super useful, but nice. States in turmoil continuously. That we cannot make that trade route with tariffs on opium. Why is the tariff base so high? Base price of the traded good. Because he has a tariff on it. Oops, that's not supposed to be paused. Alright, we're gonna go speak with Wilson to communicate to the Germans. Hello there. This is just a very quick visit from the ambassador in Berlin. Is the German economic minister here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
We just like to say that we are attempting to hold up our side of the bargain and export opium to Germany. However, your current tariffs make it so our traders refuse to do more than the basic due to the unprofitability of your tariffs.
Oh, well, I believe then out of OPium, how can I change that? Like,
go to click the market button, click on the opium good, and then like there will be like these 3 little dots for it. Like under tariffs, like right in the middle. Do you see that?
Yeah, it says it's right now on no priority.
Okay, go to your economic menu. Go to your budget.
Yep.
Do you have a consumption tax on it?
No. It's untaxed right now.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I'm taxing is liquor and services.
Trade revenue, tariff 75. Someone's saying it might be the Suez Canal. Import tariffs on opium in German market 15%.
What the fuck? That's high.
Yeah.
Imports 15%. Yeah.
Maybe it's my trade laws. Hold on, because I have mercantilism.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's probably why. Then.
That is what it is. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. Let me try something. If I don't think I can do this though, because I'm not the Qing. If I go to opium and I select encourage exports, there it's already been done though. What the fuck?
What if I change my tariffs to import?
Yeah, try to change your opium status to what is it?
Exports, like customer tariffs on exports, because I'm not exporting that. But
no, because that would give you import tariffs.
Oh.
No. Go click on the protect domestic supply on your opium. See what happens real quick.
Yeah.
Done that. Okay, let me look now. All right, it is profitable now.
Okay, good. I will keep it.
Okay, it'll start to level up now. It's still not super profitable for me. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what the AI did because I wasn't here for the first half an hour, so I don't know what the AI did. Maybe fuck something up. I don't know.
Okay, well it's profitable, so it'll level up now. So we're good.
Okay, good.
Yep, appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I got that dealt with.
Boy, there's no real.
Thank you for the sub goblin git lord. Thank you for that, man.
Look,
appreciate it.
You're a simp.
Appreciate
I'm
that.
gonna have to report you back to Cusco.
Fuck, are we at time? No, we got 40 minutes. Oh, look, the French marching south. Trade deal removes all tariffs. Do a trade deal with it. I'd have to speak with the Qing about that, which is worth a visit. Hello there. This is the ambassador in Beijing to speak with the ministry of the Qing Empire.
Welcome.
Thank you for welcoming me in. I have a request. We, of course, demand nothing. At present, we are attempting to export more of our goods and hopefully the Qing's good to bring profitability to both your great empire and our own region. In order to do this, we have many interested buyers with the Germans. As you well know, we cannot make a trade deal as we are underneath your economic union, of which we are very grateful to be a part of. However, there is much profit to be made and would allow our economy to grow quickly if you would be willing to enter into a trade deal which would benefit us.
What goods do they want?
They are interested in, frankly, just about everything. Liquor, of which we have great amounts. They are interested in opium, of which we have great amounts. They are interested in dyes, of which I have great amounts, and I believe you have some as well. There's one or two other things too. Let me look. They are in need of great amounts of tea. I think, no, that's not right. Wine, sugar, and huge amounts of porcelain. The porcelain industry there, the going price of porcelain is almost 50% above average.
Okay. I will send them a proposal.
Very well. We're glad to hear that. If you give me a moment just to speak with him though about that, I'll be right back.
interrupting something.
Hello, yes. Welcome.
Canada just wishes to say some words to the German counterpart, and if you have a response, very well. If not, we will leave. We wish to say that if our words have struck a nerve so strong you feel the need to attack Canadians' validity from an outside, from the view of an outside observer, then we.
Okay, we're good. He accepted it. So we have a trade deal with the Germans now. So that should make that trade route fairly valuable. Let's take a look. Liquor is being exported to them too. All right, let's see what we can actually export now. They need liquor. Let's try that. Not profitable for some reason. What else did they need? Opium. We're already exporting that to them. Porcelain. Let's try and see what happens with that. What else did they need? Dyes. There's another big thing that they needed that we had a good amount of, though. What was it? I bet he has tariffs and porcelain, too. Yep. Well, this is not profitable for some reason. Do we have enough porcelain in the Qing? Yeah, we do. Ah, I see. Because we'd have to compete with a fucking Qing. God damn it. Sugar. Liquor's the big one, though. Let's see. Why is this one not profitable? It wouldn't be profitable even if there were not tariffs, I think. I don't understand why this is happening. Because we're just burning the gold reserves the AI built up when I was AFK and they didn't develop anything in our fucking economy. We've got basically all the leftover production capacity that the AI refused to use when I wasn't here for a game. I don't get it. Trade revenue. That's not the price of porcelain. Porcelain's much cheaper. Yeah, oh man, that's why. Because they'd have to compete with the British routes. What's something that we could export? Small arms. Ammunition. That just won't go a lot higher though, that's the thing. Liquor. Rain. And perhaps sulfur. Nope. Engines? Yes. Oh, absolutely. To Austria-Hungary, though. Yeah, trade routes with Britain are just, or Germany are just not profitable. Well, maybe it's his trade laws. Let's look. Mercantilism and interventionism. No? I'm just not sure. Consume! Consume! Well, that'll help a bit at least. We'll solve the chemical plant issue next. Is there a chemical plant deficit still? Yeah, a little one. We only need like 2 of them. Then I think we just really need tools is what we need. Yeah, we need tools. Real bit. Now we could import it though. From the Russians. We can build up dye plants, that would help us a lot. I don't want to import from the Russians because that won't make trade buildings from us. I don't think. Jesus fucking Christ. Mercantilism. Both having mercantilism. That's true. We need to get to protectionism. No, we need to get to. I don't know. Every time I've gone free trade, it's absolutely fucked my economy. That might be worth trying to get, though, to be honest. We could try and bring the industrialists into our government. That's just not going to happen. My country has a lot of higher class people, apparently. Who are you playing, Jax? So what ended up happening was the lingering British-Russian threat of invasion. Yeah, the British did melt. Iran, land of the free. Germany, I'm trying. Habibi, I am trying so hard. I don't... Because, like, for example, it's profitable to trade with the Spanish, but that's because they have free trade. It's profitable to trade with the Austrians, and they have protectionism. It's profitable to trade with the Russians. They have protectionism. It's the mercantilism that is really the problem, because it's an export-focused economy. So by nature, it's always going to be much more costly. We need to go for protectionism. It's not very popular, though, is it? Alright, this is not being passed, so let's take a look. We could try for it. It's worth it, I think. No, that's actually not really beneficial to us, though, is it? There's actually a lot of support for multiculturalism. Aren't you gonna hit a power cap of your resources? No, you need an open market to find a buddy to provide opium for special stuff like rubber or something. Yep. Man, Madras got taken in French War reparations. Yeah, Egypt got screwed. We have a lot of convoys. How many trading buildings do we have at this point? 44 trade centers, my god. What we want is privately owned, though. We don't want merchant fucking guilds. But we would need we need to be protectionist for that. We really gotta go for protectionism. Because, like, trade is not innately being really valuable to us because it's all going to fucking shopkeepers, which don't really do much for the economy. What we want is it to be going to our capitalist, bridging industrial class, which cooperatively with our government. Because we have 55 fucking trade buildings. Those are very valuable, but when they're all going to shopkeepers, it's not. This is what we want. Britain is hard in this, Vicky. The puppet system is really hard to manage. Great Britain is brutal. I tried it once. I played it for 15 minutes and I said, nope, fuck that. And I went back and I played in like a smaller country. It's just, I didn't find it very enjoyable. It's just so overwhelming. And there's a point with any game where you get to where you want that, but I'm not there yet, you know? Yeah, they really did, Zodi. It's exactly what happened. Oh man, look at France. Doesn't take the Sinai though, surprisingly. I think that's because there is a deal for Germany to go after it, if I remember correctly. What's going on? You want to rehost? Nope. Oh, there we go. We're back. All right, now we are actually losing fuck tons of money. We're hemorrhaging money like fucking crazy. We're gonna lower government wages by a lot. Is what we'll do to start off with. We're gonna need to do some taxes. So let's go ahead and we'll do a services tax, which will lower the quality of life a little bit, but it's fine. And then we'll do a porcelain tax. We'll raise taxes, and we are going to be chilling. Egypt, they were my ally in-game last session. They'll still, like, he can rebuild from this. He just needs to, jump off the British ship. That's the thing. A well-acclaimed troupe of wandering artists has arrived in Tabriz, followed by hundreds of requests about our generous government funding of one of their concerts. It's expensive, but we'll get a fuckload of prestige, so let's do it. We're not far behind Canada now. Okay, when these are done, what do we need to work on? What's really valuable? Coffee, of course, but we've maxed it out there. Dyes and tool workshops, I think, are what we're going to want to do here. Tool shops for industrialization, dyes for export. I need to discuss something with you after the stream, Hamu. Can you hop in VC after stream? Yeah, sure, man. Absolutely. 50% of my GDP was in Alexandria. Oh, no. Fuck, now I feel bad for you, not gonna lie. Oh, bro. Oh, fuck. You got bent over the barrel there, dude. That's ridiculous. Wow, the French walked out of that so fucking... I've said it before, I'll say it again. France is playing this game on a level diplomatically that no one else is right now. It is what it is. No, like, it's kind of ridiculous. And it's not like it's a skill thing from what I've seen. It's just he's been doing such good diplomacy. That's why I like Vicky. This game, the most meta player in the world, unless you're in a meta game, which I don't even know if they exist for Vicky. The best player in these games who comes out on top for what I have seen is the best diplomat, or the person who negotiates the best, which I like that. Because like he's clearly not he's a good player at the game, right? But there's a lot of players who are solid at the game in this, you know. It's not like sweaty, but you know what I mean. And what I've seen so far in all of our Vic games is it's the best negotiators and it's the best diplomatic players who tend to do the best. And I think that's so fucking cool, man. That being said, Jesus Christ, dude, you got railed. I'm sorry to hear that. You need to try and negotiate out of this somehow, and I don't even know how to begin to tell you to do that. Who's on France? It's Freller, I think his name is Freller. Edith looks big, but only really 1 or 2 good states. That's fair. Yeah, it was a good state, yeah. The mod does reduce France a little bit. It's not insane. We'll have to look at the balancing on it, but it does make them not quite as crazy. Alright, I'm gonna axe to services, the services tax. We can do have a little bit of deficit. We've got the gold for that, that's fine. There we go. Make a lot more demand for steel. We want the railways to be privately owned. They're not super profitable, are they? What happens if we stop subsidizing them? Tabriz Railroad is so fucking unvaluable. Why is that? Oh god. It's because transportation's not really valuable. Let's change that. Public trams. It should become profitable, because what we're going to do is this will then make railways profitable, I think. A little bit more. Let's do it again too. Let's increase the profitability on our steel mills. No, we can't. What's something we can put? What's really valuable? Coal is really valuable. Transportation. And then we'll do transportation. And we'll do transportation. Which should make the railways valuable. Yes, it does. There we go. Let's keep doing that. Transportation, transportation, transportation. Railway is more valuable. We want, because what I was doing was I was just basically feeding the capitalists money because I was subsidizing it. What we're doing it now is we made all of them privately owned, so the capitalists will become profitable. Capitalists invest back into the economy, and we're making these really valuable innately because we're making demand for the railways that aren't just like government money. And in lieu of that, we also are making all of our other industry more profitable too. And we're freeing up a bunch of laborers that we can put into other jobs. It's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win. So let's do it for everything and see if we need more railways, period. That's the smart way to do this, ish. I don't think I can put transportation on anything else. Nope. Okay, let's see where we're at. We're good. We got enough railways. They're just profitable now, period. So. We got the Gentry Crane. I think that we need to go for ironclads next, if I remember right. No, we can go for industrial ports. But to do that, we need steamers, which we don't have. So, we're going to go for ironclads next. I suggest doing major tax cuts to appeal to your population, and you can burn through some reserves. That's true, but we want to be careful with it. We're already in a pretty big deficit, as is. We'll hold what we have right now. We're already in a very big deficit, and we have just completely medium reasonable taxes. We don't have high taxes. Okay, now that we've made demand, when we actually can get industrial ports, we're gonna get over 14,000 convoys to export goods globally. We are not getting really far on this. To outside observers, the trade unions may appear firmly committed to the idea of protectionism, but behind this facade is unity's discord has long festered. A clique of dissenters have finally had enough and are officially broken from their fellow members over the issue of reform. God damn it. The goddamn unions. Well, we're not gonna get this passed, so we gotta work on something else. Abandoned child labor is semi-popular. What's actually popular right now? National Guard-ish. Dedicated police force. We'll go for that. I think our opium route just became profitable with Germany. Yes, it did. It's because we added the rails to it. That's what I think that was. Because we still, you know why it's not profitable? Because we still have a deficit. The consumption of opium in China alone is so fucking high that like we just make money off of it, but we can't export it because like it's just so already valuable in China. That's the problem. So let's build up more opium, I guess. My dream is to have profitable railways in this game. The thing is, like, sometimes the game isn't really good about, like, actually telling you whether something's profitable enough. Sometimes the game will look you dead in the eye and tell you you won't make money on something, and then you do it, and then you do. You know why? Because the game doesn't show a demand for something until you create it. Like, buildings will not, like, be profitable because there's not a cheap supply of a good, but if you make a cheap supply of a good, then they become profitable. So you gotta always keep that in mind. The game will lie to your ass. Like more motor industries. Sell the railways. We're not Margaret Thatcher, so no. Everything is super profitable. If anything, we want to go for only softwood here, actually. Yep, there it is. The wood deficit is just so bad. More groceries would be a good idea, too. One of them's not valuable. I bet it's the one in Yemen. No, in Tabriz, really. Because sugar is so expensive. It's not that bad. Let's build some locally. Let's just fix the profitability on that. We can do that in like, yeah, 7 weeks. 99% of Vicky 3 players have unprofitable railroads. I think it's because most players also don't like just do the right things of it. I mean, I don't either half the fucking time, but I'm slowly understanding the game better. These aren't explicitly profitable either. I mean, they are, I guess, but not super profitable. Wood is killing us. Not actually, not wood. It's expensive, but we don't use much of it to begin with. We need more market access in Tabriz. Let's go make these. No, they're already cargo transportation. Why are they not getting employment? They're profitable. Well, we're gonna make them government run then. And we'll subsidize them ourselves. Tabriz is way too important of an industrial center for us not to have those working properly. No, it doesn't, Solus. You're absolutely right. Not everything does need to be profitable. It can be functional. Basic utilities don't need to. Their job is to just exist. No, Lampari. We'll continue to in the future, but we're trying to deal with the structural things of our economy here first. I mean, our economy's improved a lot today, but I would like to have it to have improved more. That's what I'm trying to say. Sounds like commie talk. You're right. That is commie talk. Europe is actually kind of stable for the moment, I think. No, there's a war right now. The Portuguese are invading Japan. They're trying to open the Japanese market, make Kyushu a treaty port, and make them pay reparations. Wow. The Spanish are too. Grand Theft Europe as usual over here. Yeah, so we are going to need another railway? No, we just don't have the people for it. You know what it is? We don't have these. There we go. Okay, cool. Why does the game keep getting paused? We still got 8 minutes to go. It shouldn't be done yet. Oh, we're good. Okay. I'm just gonna try and get this railway to actually work before we fucking end. Okay, how are we looking on market access now? Better. We don't have a railroad here. Well, let's build one. All right, our economy is gonna really roll next session. I've stabilized us today. I figured this is what it'd be. Today we were just really like repairing the damage the AI did when I wasn't here, and we had a lot of roleplay stuff happen too. Next session's where we're really gonna be able to start to grow, I think. So I got a DM from Imbo out of the blue saying, "From the river to sea, Palestine will be freed." Oh Christ. That is a French Palestine. Wouldn't call that free personally. I don't think French direct rule would be considered free, but you know. The Pope's getting it. Oh God. Oh Jesus. All right, good. We actually have railways here now. We'll have to subsidize it, but it's not that expensive, so we can do that. We just need more convoys again. Fucking hell. How long until we get ironclads? Only a year. We'll wait. I think we'll just mostly wait on that. We'll build up our goods, and then when we get ironclads, we'll be able to just transition to a massive fleet. Because we're gonna get, I think, like 14,000 convoys when we get ironclads. Is what will happen because of industrial port. Yeah, 14,000 convoys. God damn. We'll need a lot of machinists though. Kingdom of Jerusalem. Plans to divide Israel. Good luck with that. The US will not let that happen. And Israel has nuclear weapons, so that's just kind of a joke. That sounds like a lot of people who don't understand that Israel has nukes. Ah, okay. I got you. Khuzestan, why is it so unprofitable? It's a tariffs. I guess imports from the Ottomans is just not valuable. One what? What the hell is this? Oh, one trade route, okay. Dedicated police force, nice. We get more law enforcement, and it decreases radicals from standard living decreases, and decreases turmoil damage, which is very nice, because we have a fair degree of turmoil, actually. Number one producer of fine art. That makes sense. You make it, and then you hoard it all. Checks out. 4 minutes left of the game. Nukes aren't real. I've never seen one. I'm going to assume that you also believe in the Antarctica ice wall then, right? Because you've never seen a picture of the globe. The game keeps pausing. Yeah, because we're not using the no slowdown mod. Sermo and Phase are just lagging the whole game out, so it's just barely moving. Goddamn. We could actually probably use the no slowdown mod next Sunday, because it shouldn't corrupt the file at all. It makes it so if they lag, they'll just keep lagging. They do sound cool though. That is very true. It's a lot of demand for fine art. I'd love to build that if we get the possibility to. Where else can we make coffee? Can we grow it in Oman? We could try to integrate Oman and utilize it. Yeah, we could build a lot in Oman. We'll probably directly integrate them at some point. Pacifists led by Malik Nakiavansky are protesting against the weapons manufacturing of Khuzestan. That's unfortunate. We have a very pro-military government, so that will not be slowing down. Use a lot more tea, too.
Good day. This is an ambassador from Germany.
Greetings, ambassador. What brings you to Iran?
A question. I recently noticed that countries are exporting. Oh wait, I got an event. I never saw that before. Photographs. Well, I noticed that a lot of countries are exporting opium from me, which in turn will be exporting from you. So there's some siphoning going on, and I'm
sorry.
asking,
So like they're buying your opium and then exporting it, or?
Yep, they're buying my opium. Spain did it, for example, because they need it, I believe. But like, it would be kind of siphoning from you, right? Because I'm getting it from you.
Yeah, so they're taking opium and selling it at a profit. I'm actually not exporting much to you because you have mercantilism. Most of the things I'm trying to export to you aren't profitable because you're taxing my exports to you so much.
Yeah,
I'm maintaining 3 trade routes with you for opium, porcelain, and liquor. Every one of which is running a deficit. It will not expand until you get rid of those import taxes.
Yeah, I need to do that because I just like reformed my import stuff and I that. So,
go to your porcelain screen and click on the far left button for tariffs on that real quick. Let me see what that does. Same with liquor.
Porcelain. Okay. That's porcelain for you right now?
No, other direction. Other direction.
Oh, it's already in another direction.
Okay. What about liquor? Same.
Liquor. Let me see where it is. Yeah, I'm taxing liquor by the way because it's on the left as well.
Try to put it on the side to... Okay, well, shit. This is just not profitable then to export to you. No, you have tariffs on it, for sure.
Yeah. I have tariffs on them. I did that because like
Your
I need to
country,
protect them.
they have a deficit of liquor in your country, and we could remedy that. But if you prefer to just produce domestically, I can cancel that route.
No. We can. How's it now? Is it not profitable? I changed on.
It's let me look. No, you still have tariffs.
Okay, now it's in the middle one. Is it better now?
Tiny bit. What about the other one? There's one you haven't clicked yet. Try that.
Yeah, I did it right now.
It is still somehow not profitable. It's because it still says you have tariffs on it.
Yeah, but yeah, because I'm yeah. Oh, you mean consumption taxes? Maybe because of this?
Yeah, try to remove that just out of curiosity. I want to see if that affects it. You can put it back if you want after.
Yeah. Oh, I already got rid of it. It seems like it got rid automatically, or because I didn't click that. That's weird.
I would like to inform
it says that like you still have a tariff though. I mean, you tried all three buttons. Oh, and just cancel it. No, that's all right. Because I could make a profit on it to you. Like it's microscopic. I'd barely make any money on it, but I could do that if you find a way to get rid of your tariffs.
I need it through laws then, right? That's the only way.
Yeah, you need to get, if you get out of mercantilism, then and go to protectionism or something, I could actually export a fuck ton to you. It also doesn't make sense for Germany to be mercantilism right now, because in the post-Napoleonic era, they, I think, reformed that dramatically, so...
Yeah, I know, I can't change it. The game mechanics doesn't allow me to.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, we're doing the best to commit to our exports to you. It's just, I literally cannot force my traders to do it, as they're hemorrhaging money when they trade with you.
Understand. I understand. Yeah, you have to see, like, my political climate right now is like, I can't get the armed forces and the church out of my government, right? It's the conservatives in power, like, and they don't want protectionism for some reason. It doesn't make sense in my opinion, because it's the fucking conservative party.
Oh, the Chingas started making steamers. Oh man, we just got 14,000 new convoys. Hell yeah.
Ooh. I'm making bank though, like I'm making 116k per tick.
That's really good.
Yeah. And my gold reserves are almost filled up, like, completely as well. Like, I'm rich, but yeah. I'm taxing.
Yeah.
it's real life Germany. I'm taxing.
Yeah, I had a surplus for the whole game today, almost the whole game today, because the AI was in charge of my country last time. They didn't build a single building, and they deleted some of them, and then they just ran a 50k plus apparently surplus the whole game. So I had like basically like 20 million in gold reserves just sitting here for when I got back, which is nice.
Jesus
I guess.
Christ.
Unless Hastings
Yeah.
edited that, I'm not sure if he did.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I told you if I like I can't like build stuff, because if I have fast enact or fast build, it builds for everyone, so everyone's.
I know. I figured. Okay. I was just checking, but yeah, in that case, the AI just literally built me up an insane gold reserve, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
I will inform Germany about just quickly that Spain has successfully vouched for you to gain Kenya from Britain in the peace deal.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yes. Kenya,
we have...
Rift Valley, and British Equatoria.
Oh, that we are thankful for your support in this matter, King.
Yes.
And I believe that the issue of Alsace-Lorraine is still something that we need to talk with the French about. But we are happy that we get concessions from the British.
Yes.
Oh, so are we calling the game? Because we're over time here.
Yes, yes, we're calling it.
Christine, can I ask you something?
Yes.
When you do save edits, do you literally load up the save and use console commands and stuff? Because I always assumed you were doing like.
All right, we're gonna end here for the day. This has been a very long stream. I haven't done a long one like this in a minute. This will be normal though. Just a heads up in the future, I'm streaming Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it'll be like 8-hour streams on Saturdays and Sundays to get everything up for that. I didn't do it yesterday because I had just so much going, but I will be doing it consistently. The MD game will be starting next Saturday too, so that'll be going on as well. Let's go ahead and end the stream. Let's go see if there's anyone to raid right now. No one comes to mind here. Let me look. There's Dan Scarin.
We're gonna get
I could
another
rate him, but I'm not sure if he's continuing after this. Let me DM him real quick. He's a nice guy. He's in this game as well. I'll see what's up with that while I look around. There's really not a lot of Vic streamers on right now, are there? Wow, there's only a couple. Vic 3 is not super popular for streaming, though, is it? I mean, we could stream there's no really Hoyt streamers either. Alright, cool. Yeah, Dan Scarin's gonna go. I think he's gonna stream some CK3. We'll go raid him. Alright, we're gonna go rate him. He's a really nice guy. He was playing this game. Chill dude, chill streamer, nice guy. If you like him, definitely check him out. I will be back streaming on Saturday in the morning with some more Iran single player, like I did this morning. There's the Millennium Dawn game starting on Saturday afternoon as the USA. More Grand Campaign will actually continue next Sunday morning because I'll be caught up on YouTube videos for that. And then this game will continue next Sunday. I hope everyone has a very good evening, and I will see you all later.